Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of the Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in the Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President. Petitions, papers.
The Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Finance. The reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Princestown Regional Corporation, Chairman's Fund for the financial years ended September 30th, 2023-2024.
Reports from committees, urgent questions, questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of the House.
Mr. President, I am answering on behalf of the question. Yes, please, Mr. President.
Senator, the Honorable Dr. Amery Browne.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, question number 5 to the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, rather.
Mr. President, I'm answering on behalf of the Honorable Minister as follows. The Government of Trinidad and Tobago, through the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, participated virtually in the 28th meeting of CARICOM's Council for Foreign and Community Relations, COFCO, on May the 8th to 9th, 2025. The determination to participate virtually in the meeting held in St. Kitts and Nevis was principally a matter of cost efficiency in recognition of the immediate need to embrace financial prudency. This new administration intends to approach the discharge of all official government travel abroad based on the principle of value for money and cost efficiency. Mr. President, this decision was also taken in cognizance of the digital infrastructure put in place by the CARICOM Secretariat to support virtual and hybrid participation, which embraces flexibility. The delegation from Trinidad and Tobago was not the only country to participate virtually, as Belize, Guyana, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines also opted to accept the kind facilitation of the host country to conduct the meeting in a hybrid format. And Mr. President, it should be noted that Trinidad and Tobago has used this format for several meetings over the years.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to ask a supplemental. Can the Minister indicate how many times did the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago intervene during the course of this meeting via virtual participation?
The Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I think that is outside of the question. The question asks the decision not to participate in person, not what happened in the meeting.
And therein lies the answer. Question number 6 to the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
The Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, and this is on behalf of the Minister, my colleague. As a former Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, with specific insight into how such matters are considered by the Council for Foreign and Community Relations, COFCOR, it is reasonable to expect that the Senator would appreciate the need for discretion that is required, especially with matters discussed in caucus or at a retreat. It should therefore be understood, Mr. President, that views on some issues that are particularly sensitive remain within the confines of that meeting's setting. The application by the Dominican Republic for associate membership in CARICOM, the situation in Haiti, and the ongoing Cuban medical support to Trinidad and Tobago and the wider region are all matters that remain under active consideration at the regional level. The publicly sourced documentation on these meetings are available on the CARICOM Secretariat's website, which the Senator is familiar with.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the Minister aware that Trinidad and Tobago has responsibility within COFCOR to participate on the matter of the application by the Dominican Republic for associate membership in CARICOM?
Honorable Leader.
Mr. President, I repeat the answer I have given. It should be understood, Mr. President, that the views on some issues are particularly sensitive and remain within the confines of meeting setting. The application by the Dominican Republic for associate membership in CARICOM, the situation in Haiti, and the ongoing Cuban medical support to Trinidad and Tobago and the wider region are all matters that remain under active consideration at the regional level.
Yes.
President, Mr. President, is the Minister aware that Trinidad and Tobago did not intervene on the matter of, in any form, on the matter of the application by the Dominican Republic for associate membership in CARICOM, did not intervene in any form on the matter of the situation in Haiti, and did not intervene in any form on the matter of the Cuban medical support during the meeting?
In one, eh?
So I'm just
Three
condensing it.
questions in one. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, in answer, what I would say is, yet again, it is reasonable to expect that Senator Browne would appreciate the need for discretion that is required, especially with matters discussed in caucus or at a retreat.
Is the Minister aware that this COFCOR meeting did not occur in caucus and was not a retreat? Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Leader.
I would say again, Mr. President, the senators should understand that the views of Trinidad and Tobago in that sort of meeting, regardless of the label put on the meeting, those issues are particularly sensitive and remain within the confines of that meeting setting, however we describe them. The application by the Dominican Republic for associate membership in CARICOM, the situation in Haiti, and the ongoing Cuban support, medical support to Trinidad and Tobago and the wider region are all matters that remain under active consideration at the regional level.
Yes? You okay? All right, let's go.
Public business, government business, bills second reading.
Honorable Senators, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Monday, June 30th, 2025, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Supplement the Appropriation of the sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Act 2024. Honorable Senators, on the last occasion, Monday, June 30th, 2025, there were 4 speakers, with Senator Dr. Natalie Chaitan Maharaj, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services, being the last speaker. The debate on the bill will now resume. As you are aware, the list of the other speakers I read out the last period: Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and we also had Senator Vishnu Dan Paul, Senator Timan, the Minister of Public Administration and Artificial Intelligence, Senator Janelle John Bates, Senator Brian Big, and of course we had 4 speakers yesterday: the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation, Senator Daniel Rashid, Senator the Honorable Philip Alexander, Minister in the Ministry of Housing, and of course Senator Dr. Natalie Chaitan Maharaj, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of the People, Social Development and Family Services. The debate will now be resumed.
Mr. President.
Senator, the Honorable Maharaj, Minister of Trade, Industry, Investment and Tourism.
Mr. President, before I begin, I wish to sincerely congratulate you on your appointment as President of the Senate. I can think of no one more deserving of this honor. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister for the confidence placed in me by appointing me to serve in this capacity. I also extend warm regards to all my esteemed colleagues in the Senate on both sides of the House. It is both an honor and a profound responsibility to rise before you here today. As Minister of Trade, Investment and Tourism, I view my role and that of the ministry as central to the economic transformation of Trinidad and Tobago. This is not merely a matter of shaping policy. It is a results-driven mission aimed at delivering tangible benefits to our nation. From time immemorial, we have heard of the need to diversify our economy, yet it remains dangerously tethered on oil and gas. At the Ministry of Trade, Investment and Tourism, our overarching responsibility is the diversification of the economy beyond energy sector. Our focus is on generating national revenue, earning and preserving foreign exchange, and attracting both local and foreign investment. We are committed to supporting and strengthening local businesses and institutions, creating meaningful and sustainable jobs, while advancing our technological capacity and skills development. We are also working to facilitate trade with greater efficiency and competitiveness, while elevating the quality of our goods, services, and national reputation on a global stage. And perhaps most importantly, setting a clear tone that Trinidad and Tobago is open for business. As management guru Peter Drucker once wisely noted, a country's wealth, it's not its resources, it's the confidence of its business people. This renewed focus on confidence forms the foundation of our strategy across all three pillars: trade, investment, and tourism. That is the foundation on which we are now focused on building Trinidad and Tobago, a nation not only open for business, but ready to compete, to innovate, and to lead. This is more than a ministerial mandate. It is a national imperative, and I intend to pursue it with discipline, boldness, and a spirit of genuine partnership with the private sector. But before we could chart the way forward, we must first confront the reality of what I and this ministry have inherited. We have assumed responsibility for a ministry and indeed an economy that has lacked a coherent vision, a focused strategy, and executable plans to fulfill the critical role of trade, investment, and tourism in national development. There's currently no integrated framework for growing national revenue, earning and saving foreign exchange, or generating high-quality, future-ready jobs. There's no clear pathway for developing skills, technologies, and competitiveness needed to differentiate Trinidad and Tobago in the global marketplace. Instead of expanding non-energy foreign exchange earnings and investments, we have seen the opposite, a troubling pattern of disinvestment by foreign, local, and even state institutions. I will return to this point shortly. We face a business community that is frustrated and fatigued. They encounter barriers instead of bridges. Rather than fostering an ease of doing business, the environment has become one of difficulty, delay, and distrust. Investors, both foreign and domestic, have been quietly walking away. Mr. President, we have heard from speaker to speaker, minister to minister, about what our ministers have found when they assumed office. What we found at the Ministry of Trade, Investment and Tourism was far worse than anything you heard before. There was no leadership, no direction, and zero evidence that anything whatsoever was being done to diversify the economy. Mr. President, coming from the private sector, and I have been in business for over 4 decades, I was shocked to see the lethargy. In tourism, for instance, we were told that pre-COVID, we had 2,000 yachts visiting our shores. Today we have 300. And when we asked why, shoulders shrug, and we could get no answer. That is what we inherited. We have met with one potential investor who could make a giant step towards diversifying the economy. Reported to us that for 3 years, no one would meet with them. They've been trying to get a meeting, a simple meeting. This, Mr. President, is what we have been facing, but rest assured, we will fix it. We have another investor who have been here for decades. I wouldn't call the name. Hiring hundreds of workers, paying taxes, earning foreign exchange. Yet you put a policy in place where you increase the fees that these people were paying for decades by 10 times, rendering their business unsustainable. We had to step in. The Minister of Planning and myself had to step in because the Prime Minister, in her wisdom, in her ultimate wisdom, established a triumvirate, finance, planning, and trade, Ministry of Trade, a cluster. We meet regularly, and we work together, hand in hand, to diversify this economy and to take this economy out of the doldrums it has found itself in. That's what we found. The fish rots from the head. Investors are not beating their doors to do business here. If we cannot create the right investment climate, they will take their business elsewhere. We actually have one of our local companies, local companies, so frustrated that they have opened 2 plants in another country, and that country welcomed them with open arms. That's what we inherited. Mr. President, our country is at a crossroads. All economic indicators are spiraling downward. That's the reality. I am not in the here for theater or for graphics or branding. I'm here to tell you what the reality is. We can either continue heading in that downward direction and becoming a nation of traders and a failed state, or we can change course and steer our country towards first world status. You see, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, we are not a developing country. I've been to developing countries. We are a middle-income country. But we're heading that way, and we could be heading that way, right? In 5 years' time, Mr. President, I envision that people have to get visas to come here. That's our plan. For us, even more concerning, Mr. President, is the fragmentation of the private sector. Siloed, splintered, and lacking unified representation. Their collective potential has been diminished, and neither the previous administration nor parts of the private sector, it seems, have recognized the economic cost of this division. In many cases, businesses and investors are not seen as partners in nation building, but are treated as burdens or worse, as pariahs. This is not just inefficient, it is unacceptable. And it is precisely what this administration intends to change. Let me now return to the issue of disinvestment, which I referenced earlier. Because this is not theoretical. It is real, and the consequences are already being felt across our economy. Let us consider a few examples. I have more. Lever Brothers, a long-standing foreign direct investor and manufacturer, was neglected for years. Nobody worked with them. Rather than being supported and engaged, They were ignored to the point that they shut down their manufacturing operations entirely, and they are not alone. Do you know what it takes to get a foreign investor? A foreign investor is gold, and you have to treat them as such. ArcelorMittal, one of the largest non-energy manufacturers and exporters in Trinidad and Tobago, and a major foreign exchange earner, was driven out of his country, not by market forces, but by government indifference. The previous administration outright refused to meet with them to address their concerns. As a result, we lost hundreds of jobs, millions in annual foreign exchange earnings, and one of the most significant contributors to our non-energy economy. Let us be clear, this was not just an economic loss, it was a self-inflicted wound. And let me turn to Petrotrin, because I'm from South and I've seen it firsthand, Mr. President. I've seen the pain and the agony and what that closure has caused. So I'm talking from my heart here. What happened here is nothing short of a national disaster. The economic and social devastation across the Southern Belt is well known. Jobs lost, foreign exchange lost, national revenue lost, productive national assets now lie idle, and all this based on what we now understand to be a misleading narrative. You see, I am 45 years in business. I could read a balance sheet. I could read a P&L. I could read a cash flow. So when I looked at it, I saw something. And I consulted with other people, because I believe seeking professional help is always important. If they had sought international professional help with a Clico matter, we wouldn't have been in this mess today. The government, that's another one, that's going to come up at a different time. The government of the day told the country Petrotrin was hemorrhaging losses. But I have reviewed the 2018 audited accounts, and here's what they show. I just rounded it off. In 2017, Petrotrin generated $2.5 billion in net cash from operating activities, of which $500 million was used for investment and $1.8 billion for financing. That left a cash surplus. In 2018, the year the decision was made to shut it down, Petrotrin was still generating $2 billion in positive cash flows. Approximately $600 million was reinvested and $1.7 billion was used to meet financial obligations. There was no imminent solvency, Mr. President. The country was still generating foreign exchange and meeting its, the company was still generating foreign exchange and meeting its debts. Despite this, decision was made against the advice of consultants and without any restructuring plan to shut down a critical national enterprise. The result, a staggering economic blow and the destruction of one of our most strategic national assets. Let me be clear. The story that was told to the population was not one of financial necessity. It was one of political expediency. A fraud, in the purest economic sense, was committed on the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and we are still paying the price today. Worse yet, this isn't an isolated pattern. We have inherited over $100 billion, way above $100 billion in distressed and abandoned national assets, stranded assets, from Petrotrin and carrying the lands, the Cuba Teaching Hospital, or Children's Hospital, Tamana, the Tamana Intech Park, UWDB Campus, National Oncology Center, Magdalena Grand, and dozens of unfinished, forsaken HCC developments across the country. Each of these represents not just lost money, but lost opportunity, lost confidence, and lost time. These failures are not abstract. They have eroded our industrial base, undermined investor trust, and crippled our ability to compete. This is a legacy we are here to reverse, but rest assured, we will fix it. See, when we came into office, Mr. President, in the first week, we didn't come in and say we're going to wing it for a year and go on the job training for a year or 2 years. We came in on Monday, and on Friday, we held a one-day strategy session. We determined in the first session, the morning session, where we are, how this integrates with everybody else in the society. And the second session, we started developing an implementation plan for the Ministry of Trade, Investment, of Tourism. From the inception, we never had any intention of winging it. We came in there to hit the ground running. When we came into office, maybe it's because I have been a member of all these business organizations for 4.5 decades. I am well known in the business community. I was the entrepreneur of the year. They have given me every business award, so I wouldn't go into that. But they know me, so they all now setting up meetings. And I have been bombarded, and I have counted about 50 business organizations, and also embassies, want to meet. And I have always admired one organization. I believe in national unity. And I always admired one organization in this country that represents religious unity, the IRO. So I am spearheading a strategy to bring in all these organizations, and I tend to call it the private sector organization of Trinidad and Tobago, where they all come in for business unity so they can approach the ministry with one voice. That is going to be the most transformational development in the history of business in Trinidad and Tobago. You know, we have clear plans for trade, export, foreign exchange earnings, foreign exchange savings, and the expansion of the manufacturing sector. That's where I came from. We have stranded assets in this country. I said hundreds of billions of dollars of stranded assets that could be repurposed. Tourism is another important pillar that's been ignored. Look at Tobago. It's easier to get a flight to Miami to Tobago. But when people stay here, they spend their money here, they build the economy here. So we have to put things in place to fix that. Do you know we have, Mr. President, when you look at, we have so many marketable things in this country that can attract people to come here. We have the highest density of turtle nestings in the world, you know, 4 times more than the second one. A visitor can come, I went to Alaska to see whales, yes, we can imagine the attraction of that. People come to see leatherback turtle nesting. They can see 80 nestings in one night. You go to a part of the world, they can't see one sometimes. We have all those things. But let me tell you, after oil and gas, Mr. President, the next biggest thing we have in this country is Trinidad Carnival. And I have been meeting with a multinational agency. Because you know in Carnival, all the hotels book up next year already. You can't get flights started book up already. If we can create that same environment, that same opportunity all year round, oil and gas will be secondary to this economy. And I cannot reveal it. I cannot reveal it as yet. It's still in the formative stages. But we have a project that is going to be as transformational as the development of the Point Lisas industrial estate when I introduced that. We are going to transform this economy beyond oil and gas with tourism, investment, and trade. So we also want to do a cultural reset in this country. We are transforming the internal mindset within the ministry and across the wider public sector. Business and investments are not burdens. They are the engines of prosperity. And we are sending a clear signal. Trinidad and Tobago is open for business, serious business. And I just saw it announced today, and the Minister of Planning just reminded me, we now have 2 new flights to Tobago to boost local tourism. So, Mr. President, we are not only focused on short term. We have a target. You know what gets done. So we set a target of investment we want to achieve in 2 years and in 5 years. It's ambitious. But you know, when you set targets, you get, you know, the ministry have really good people that never had any guidance and leadership that they can look up to. They're good. I was shocked how good these people are, right? And we set targets for them. And we say we want so much U.S. investment in 2 years. And they're starting to add, right? And they're welcoming people. How much that investment is, right? And they're focused on that. So we are open for business. We are. It's serious business. But we also have a long-term transformational plan on the way. Let us never forget, Trinidad and Tobago is the greatest country on earth. This is the first world country in waiting. With bold leadership, strategic clarity, and unified national action, we will secure her economic future, not only for today, but for generations to come. Mr. President, honorable senators, this is a time for bold steps, not business as usual. The work ahead will not be easy, but it is necessary. We owe it to our people, our entrepreneurs, our youth, and our future. At the Ministry of Trade, Investment and Tourism, we intend to move forward together with urgency, with unity, and with unshakable confidence in the greatness of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
It's over. John, it's over. Sorry? He's finished. Yes. Okay. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate, may I congratulate the Honorable Minister of Trade, Investment and Tourism on his maiden contribution. Yes, Melanie, Senator Melanie, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just came back on the New Tobago flight. Thank you, Senator Dr. Swaratsingh. And Mr. President, thank you for inviting me to join the debate at this time. And I am very confident that by the time we come back here in September, you would be pronouncing my name fluently. All right, so before I commence, I want to say this. I want to place this on the record, that the government in carrying out its responsibility, it definitely has to allocate and appropriate whichever finances it sees fit to deal with whatever policies, whatever endeavors that it intends to undertake. Once, of course, it adheres to principles of accountability and transparency, and once it does so responsibly, previous governments would have come here and done the same exercises, including this government, and now they seek to do this. And Senator John Bates would have pointed this out, I think, at last week's sitting, that this exercise is not a novel one. It happens year after year after year. So there's two things I need to correct with that being said, Mr. President. One is this notion that is largely unfounded that the previous government somehow under-budgeted. We go with the ebbs and flows. We go with external factors. We deal with internal factors. And indeed, every government comes back right here to do this task, midterm appropriations. The other misconception that I need to clear up and place on the record is this. And actually, I need to refute it rather firmly, that the previous PNM-led administration did nothing for the country and for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And you would hear me say from time to time that we have a responsibility. I'll keep saying it. It will become my mantra. We have a responsibility to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And part of that responsibility means that we need to be honest and we need to be truthful in how we represent things. Now, let me just go a bit into some of the things that the previous government would have done. And I say this without hesitation. Let's look at some of the fiscal and social measures. The previous government, previously PNM-led administration, would have increased personal allowances to $90,000 annually. This means that for the average person earning $7,500 or less a month, they didn't have to pay income tax. Now, for those with big fancy salaries, that might mean nothing, but for the average person working in a ministry or working even in a THA division, I can tell you that that was a huge relief. Let's go further. Minimum wage. This government likes to talk about the working class and therefore the workers. Let me tell you what we did. We increased the minimum wage 3 times. Currently, the public sector minimum wage stands at $22.50 an hour. Note that when you people left office in 2015, the minimum wage was $15 an hour. What that represents is a 50% increase in just a period of 10 years. Talk about improving our quality of living. VAT was decreased to 12.5% on all purchases. For homeowners who is their first time getting a home, young families now trying to raise children, now trying to get a home, no stamp duty for first-time owners. Nice little exemption once your property is valued at $1.5 million or under. Let's talk about entrepreneurs. Senator Maharaj, you would have gone through, the importance of the business community, and I commend that. That's something I feel very strongly about. So let's talk a little bit about our entrepreneurs. $20,000 grant for young entrepreneurs. And let's go further with that. $300 million was allocated to FCB to provide low-interest loans to small and medium businesses. Loans 100% guaranteed by the government, the then PNM-led government. We had the Housing and Village Improvement Program where you provide your land and labor. We know so many people, the parents might say, you could have a piece of land there, you could build. That's something we do a lot in Tobago at least. And the government was able to help them building homes at a low cost. Tax exemptions from January 1st, 2025, gym equipment, no VAT, no import duties. We're encouraging people to be fit, to be healthy across the islands. Tax exemptions on hybrid batteries. No VAT, no import duties. Let's take a look at even the infrastructural projects. The new Ministry of Health building, the San Fernando waterfront project. Napa was repaired for $20 million. I'm not sure if you recall, but this government would have previously proposed that Napa be repaired at $100 million. Talk about cost savings. All right, the President House, $89 million spent to repair, as opposed to what was proposed by the UNC, $169 million. Seems like wanton wastage. Let's talk about community swimming pools. Let's talk about the Brian Lara Stadium. And of course, this is the one I wanted to actually get to. This beautiful, beautiful building that we now sit in, renovation of the Red House. None of us can debate. None of us can oppose the excellent job that has been done by the previous PNM-led administration. You have a standing order you want to raise, Senator Roberts? Oh, it must be needed a little moisture. That's all right. All right? Yesterday, we had a motion regarding housing. 6,000 houses were built, all done by the previous PNM-led administration. And I mean, I could go on and on and on. I have a long, long list here, but no, I will pick and choose, especially ones that I particularly care about. Let's talk about the 4 boats between Tobago and Trinidad and the 1 cargo ship. And here why I want to talk about that, because there was a time where we felt a lot of pain in Tobago. Getting down to Trinidad was very difficult. And what did the PNM-led administration do? 4 boats, nice and swanky, AC, top-of-the-line boats, allowing Tobagonians to be able to hop on the boat with their vehicles early in the morning, come down here right to Port of Spain, do business in Trinidad, and then head right back up the road 4 p.m. to Tobago. I welcome any sort of initiative, wherever it comes from, including the additional flights from CAL, wherever it comes from, that improves the lives of Tobagonians and allow us to feel more integrated. So there's nothing with acknowledging that the PNM then-led administration, now you could pong the table, Senator Roberts, would have done a great thing. All right? Let's talk about the Curb interchange. Oh yes, that was a big one as well. Yeah, completed at a cost of $221 million. The UNC plan was to build it for $440 million. Wanton wastage as opposed to conservative and cost savings. All right? What was that? All right, yes, all right. You had your children to talk. I didn't hear any kind of real substance coming from your side. All right, and the point is this, Mr. President. We cannot stand here and mislead the government, the people of Trinidad and Tobago into thinking that over the past 10 years, the PNM-led administration did nothing. Again, let me go back to Tobago because that's my passion point. The Tobago Hospital. When we go to Tobago, in our hospital, we receive top-of-the-line treatment. We have a state-of-the-art facility on the hill, excellent views. Yeah, no. That was us. We taking it over there. Right, the new cancer center in South Trinidad, the old Augustus Long Hospital building. And we could go on and on. But I just need to put on the record that the PNM-led administration, for the 10 years we sat in power, we showed up, we showed out, and we did exceedingly well. Now, here's the thing, the reality is, right? And I like to have sober discussions. The reality is this. No one government can have everything done and can get everything done in any given time. Of course, whatever your plans are, whatever your policies are, they have to adjust to changes in the global economic climate. So what this government now describes as having done nothing is really and truly what we call fiscal conservatism. What we did is that we acted fiscally responsible to ensure that we can navigate on behalf of this entire country, including UNC and UNC supporters, that we can navigate and insulate the economy from external economic shocks. Now, Mr. President, on Friday, Senator Dan Paul would have led us through the finance mechanics of the previous government's fiscal policy. So I wouldn't get into that. I just want to get a little bit into the theory and the idea behind the last administration's fiscal conservatism. What it did is it allowed for economic stability, especially in a very volatile period of time. We had several things happening. We had the oil and gas sector globally going through a depression. We saw so many external economic shocks. The world had to grapple with COVID, and while you might want to gloss over the human service that we saw coming out from the PNM-led government in navigating COVID, you might want to gloss over it, but we have to admit that it was handled, and it was handled very well. More so, it was handled better than many larger economies and many more developed countries. We were able to navigate, and we were able to handle it. You have a standing order?
I can't hear. I'm having a difficulty in hearing the contribution. So could I ask members to speak in hushed tones so everyone can hear the Honorable Senator from Tobago? Continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And maybe take some notes while you guys are at it. Now, I need to encourage the government in making its plans and in rolling out its policies. I want you to think about responsibility. I want you to think about fiscal conservatism. We had several students came yesterday, and they sat in on the first part of our sitting. And we need to be cautious of the kind of excessive debt that we might be forcing upon them and making them inherit when we go too crazy with the things that we're doing. And if history is really supposed to repeat itself, and this government really goes back into its old ways and embarks on some sort of reckless spending spree, we have to remember it's those children who were there yesterday. Our own children or grandchildren, for those who might be a little bit older, they are the ones who are going to carry the burden of repayment. Imagine, I think it was Senator Roberts yesterday spoke about one ministry having 3 ministers. And all I thought about is, oh my goodness, imagine burdening an entire population with the salaries of 3 ministers in one ministry. Now, my belief is that the reason why this government cannot endorse the PNM style of fiscal conservatism is because what it does, what that policy does, what that theory does, is that it requires political discipline, it requires the efficient use of public funds, and it's difficult for my friends on the other side to endorse any policy position which involves strict scrutiny of public spending, efficient use of taxpayers' monies, and the restriction of politically motivated spending. And the thing is this, this government want to sit here and mislead people into thinking that the past government crashed the economy when that is far from the truth. And let me put this on record. The past government implemented a fiscal policy that allowed us to navigate internal and external disruptions that would have otherwise toppled this country had we had a less responsible government at the helm. And admittedly, these decisions were not always easy, and they weren't always popular. But that is the nature of governance. And at all times, the collective interest has to prevail over political popularity. And as I mentioned the word collective interest, let me also add this. The past government's management of our economy draws a very stark contrast to what the kind of madness and the chaos and the mayhem that we are already seeing now. We're already 2 months in office, and we're already seeing that persons are being victimized at the whim and fancy of one person who have no business making the kind of decisions that they're making. And it hurts me. It really bothers me when I hear, and I started off in union work as well. So it really hurts me when I hear this government touting around and giving false notions about representing workers and about being for the workers. It really bothers me when that is just being touted around for the sake of expediency, for the sake of political gain. It's just it's hypocritical. Let me put it that way. It's right here we were all sitting last Friday, debating, I think it was the Revenue Authority bill, when, without warning, we received news, all of us checked our phone at the same time. only to hear of 10,000 workers, 10,000 families just blatantly placed on the breadline. No warning, no planning, no economic impact assessment, just the usual excuse. P&M hired the contractors. And you're telling me, we're sitting in this esteemed house and we're saying that in order to spite a handful of alleged P&M contractors, this government was willing to strip 10,000 vulnerable workers of their employment, deprive 10,000 families of food on their table, spike the crime rate, and of course, most relevant to today's debate, shock an already delicate economy by destroying disposable income of 10,000 families. Now, understand why the link here. You take away the income of these people, understand the impact that that has on the economy. This is income, as small as it might have been. This is income, correct. You have to apply the multiplier effect. This is income that would have otherwise been spent in the communities, would have otherwise been spent right here in Port of Spain, in people's village stores, in your shops. And in the blink of an eye, these people, their salaries will go on. And then the thing is this, we have the table banging crew that's just been quieted down by Mr. President. We have them down there, and last week I heard them, and actually last night I heard them bawling, shame, shame, shame. I say this, and it gives me no pleasure to do this. But when I assess this government's performance and this government's treatment of workers to date, I have to say shame. Shame. And, you know, I noted that every speaker on the government side would have mentioned Tobago, just sprinkling the word Tobago as if it's, you know, some nice sort of token that makes the debate sound sweet. And of course, every time I hear the word Tobago, my ears perk up a little bit. So since we all love Tobago so much, let us have a look at the Supplemental Appropriations Bill, right? And before we look at the bill, let me just echo the statement of the Chief Secretary. And we are political opposites, the Chief Secretary and I. But when we speak of Tobago, we speak with one voice. I can guarantee you that. And he would have described Tobago's supplementary allocation as woefully inadequate. And, you know, I looked, when the bill was just circulated, I looked at the bill and I looked at head 15 labeled Tobago House of Assembly, and personally, I felt sick. Tobago was given $32 million in supplemental funding. 1% of the national media spending. So for every single dollar spent in Trinidad on all kinds of things, and from the sounds of it, productive things, I'm not taking that away, but for every single dollar that is being spent in Trinidad, Tobago gets 1 cent. And let me place on the record exactly what this $32 million was allocated for. To meet expenditure in accordance with the 120th report of the Salaries Review Commission, supported by the Minister of Finance Circular number 11 of 2024 of 23-12-24 for remuneration to holders of public officers within the purview of the Salaries Review Commission. So in other words, Tobago has gotten $0 and 0 cents in additional funding from this government, who's sprinkling around the name Tobago and saying how much they love Tobago. The money that we have gotten in Tobago, the $32 million that has been allocated for mid-year payments, that's strictly for back pay and for the increased salaries of politicians and, of course, judicial officers and so on. And that was strictly because the government was mandated to do so. Mind you, under various heads in this same bill, heads 22, 23, 25, monies were allocated to pay various arrests via various ministries in Trinidad. And my point is not that these arrests shouldn't be paid. I fully endorse it. I listened to the contributions of several senators who walked us through and ministers who walked us through what money will be used for and the arrests that need to be paid. So my challenge is not with the payment of arrests. People need to get their money. My challenge, however, is we're talking about Tobago, but really and truly, where is the love for Tobago? We have bills on hand too, you know. And I have a letter here. Since I made my maiden contribution last week, people have started sending things to me, messages, Facebook, the norm. And 3 persons would have sent me the same letter, and everybody saying, well, Senator, what you could do? Mr. President, here's what I would do. I can't stand here and I cannot not read this letter on behalf of the people of Tobago. And, 3 people sent the letter, but dozens others received the same letter. And the letter is dated the 9th of June, 2025. And it comes from the Tobago Festivals Commission Limited. And it says, Dear Sir, Madam, so they sent a generic letter. That's to tell the amount of vendors in Tobago that got this one letter. Re-acknowledgement of outstanding payments. On behalf of the Tobago Festivals Commission Limited, we are writing to formally acknowledge outstanding payments due to your company. We wish to sincerely apologize for the delay in payments expected and any inconvenience this has caused. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, we are currently unable to fulfill our commitments to you at this present moment. Please be assured that we are actively working to resolve this issue. Our team is currently reviewing and actively addressing our outstanding payments, and we are committed to keeping you informed throughout this process until resolution. We definitely understand the unease this may cause, and we deeply regret any impact this delay may have on your operations or planning. Over anything else, we deeply value the relationship we have built with your company and remain committed to rebuilding and maintaining the trust and professionalism that defines our partnership. If you have any further questions or concerns, please contact our office at, and then they place the email address and telephone number for the office. Now, these people have families to feed. They have workers to pay. They have operational overheads. They have businesses to run. And Tobagonian businesses are very organically grown, very locally grown. They're small businesses, and they depend on, little jobs around the THA. We are a small economy, a small island, so a lot of what we get done in Tobago comes from the THA. And to think that the government keeps mentioning Tobago, and in all the appropriations to pay arrears in Trinidad, no consideration has been given to Tobago contractors. And this is not me fighting the government. When UNC wins, everybody's supposed to win. And while we might be political opposites, I want to see Tobagonians win. So this is just me placing on the record and drawing to your attention something that was omitted in this appropriations bill, and something that I hope will be addressed, and that will be addressed fiercely. And let me preempt any rebuttal about the CAF loan, which was approved by the previous government, and that's earmarked for something specific. That just doesn't suffice. So in all that we are saying and all that we are doing, I'm imploring you, I am making a concerted call on behalf of the people of Tobago. If this government is saying, when UNC wins, everybody wins, it means that the sister isle cannot be left out. We are happy to see flights added. The PNM would have started with the sea bridge, and now I'm happy to see that temporarily the air bridge is getting additional attention. But it cannot end there. When Trinidadians come to Tobago, there has to be something to come to. And if we are being stifled on the island, then you're going to come there and it's just the beach, and it's just the villa, and nothing else there for any of us to enjoy. So you can't be building one economy and stifling the other. All right, so, and let me close, Mr. President, by just reiterating certain things. The government has every right to seek its supplemental appropriation. It doesn't mean that the previous government under-budgeted. It means that either the government's priority at this time has shifted, or it means that the budgets and the needs of the country has changed as time changes, as things changes, as we navigate internal and external occurrences in the economy. Also need to reiterate that the previous PNM-led government would have showed out, and would have performed exceedingly well. And let me just mention this. I need to commend and acknowledge very young Senator Rashid. I listened to his presentation last night, and it was excellent. And he made mention of his laptop that was given to him by the UNC, and I thought to myself, this is the way the thing should work. UNC laptop with a PNM government, and we have an excellent product of the kind of collaboration. Yes, PNM education.
We set up the education system.
He set up exactly, and he would have been schooled while the PNM would have been in government, and we see the excellence happening. And he had the funding, of course, and we must acknowledge it. When there's a good thing, we need to acknowledge a good thing doesn't become a bad thing. Just because it's okay. It's okay. You all could pick up. Senator Charles, I'm sure you'll get a chance to talk, right? Yeah, good. Right? A good thing doesn't become a bad thing just because the PNM did it. So before I close, I'll caution you. Observe fiscal responsibility. Be measured. Be conservative in your policies. Be truthful. Be transparent with the things that you do and the plans that you have. Do not use mechanics such as Tobago or workers in order to produce song bites or little media headings. Do what you say and say what you mean. All right? And ensure that whatever your policy is, it ensures, just like the PNM did, long-term stability and long-term economic health for our country. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Tertiary Education and Skills Training.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak on the Finance Supplementary Appropriations Bill 2025. Firstly, let me express my appreciation and thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Persad SC, for the opportunity to serve as a senator and a minister, and particularly in the Ministry of Tertiary Education and Skills Training, where I have spent 45 years, Mr. President, as a researcher, as a teacher, as an administrator, and doing industrial outreach. So I do believe I know a bit about tertiary education and its role in the country. Congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your elevation to the President of the Senate. Congratulations to my fellow senators, and I'll use the geographic directional method from north to south, so my fellow senators on the government bench, the opposition senators, and the independent senators. For the record, Mr. President, this would not be my first speech in the Senate, in this 13th Parliament. It is the first speech in the 13th Parliament, but my maiden speech in the Senate was in the 3rd Parliament, where I served as a leader of opposition. So please don't calculate my age. Nevertheless, Mr. President, I will graciously accept your felicitations after I'm finished speaking. Mr. President, there's a shortfall of some $180 million in the MTES presently to deal with 2 specific matters. The first is a payment of arrears and salaries and allowances due to academic, senior, and administrative and professional staff of the University of the West Indies and the Augustine campus for the period the 1st of January 2014 to 31st of July 2020. This came about because of the collective agreement between UE and the bargaining unit. This amounts to $178,500,000. The other one is for the payment of the salaries due, arrears and salaries due to estate officers who guard they keep the students and staff safe. Now, Mr. President, I want to turn my attention now to the finances and the state of the tertiary education sector in this country. whilst we talk of diversification, economic progress, etc., the tertiary education sector plays a critical role, an essential role. It is an established fact that these institutions not only play an established role in terms of servicing the industry and manpower requirements, but also in the diversification of the economy, which my colleague spoke about. Mr. Chairman, having Trinidad and Tobago experiences oil boom and bust periods of cycles due to fluctuating oil and gas prices, and when we are in a boom period, apparently diversification efforts seem to just go by the wayside. That is why now we are at this critical point. If we do not do something that's sustainable now, do something that will take us forward, then I think we will be in trouble as we go on later on. It's something that must be done. And it just can't be words. It must be backed up by actions. Now, Mr. President, we have heard from my distinguished colleagues on this side about the profligate spending that occurred under the last administration. And it was, Mr. President. This has led the country down to a path, if not urgently arrested and reversed, would lead us to a really difficult economic state. Now, I know countries cannot become bankrupt, but if it was a law to declare a country bankrupt, then maybe it might work here. But, Mr. President, we have to ask ourselves, when we look at the state of the country now, the state of the institutions, and as I said, I spent 45 years at UWI and at UTT. I understand the state of the institutions. So if this, wasn't profligate spending, lead us to this sort of almost bankruptcy, and I indicate again that no country can be bankrupt, then one is motivated to ask, with the amount of money expended every year over the past 10 years, and when we look at the degree of suffering and despair and poverty, the state of our infrastructure, then we have to ask, if we're not bankrupt, to arrive at this state, was the leadership bankrupt? Was it intellectually bankrupt that it couldn't understand how to deal with these issues and make the country better? Mr. President, I would suggest humbly that the country should never face this sort of situation again. We should not. Now, Mr. President, innovation entrepreneurship can provide a path forward, as we all know. But for that to happen, the foundations must be put there. In this regard, there must be a science and technology policy or something akin to it. For it is a known fact that science and technology is a driver of innovation and economic progress. That is known worldwide. And only when we do that, then entrepreneurship can arise, and we get new products, new processes, new small industries, new jobs, etc. So, Mr. President, to give an example, having stated that science and technology forms the basis, a critical element to move the country forward, let's look at some facts. Mr. Chairman, I was the chairman of the board of the Hearst, and I left in 2015 with a change of government. That board there, we had very competent, qualified individuals. We were doing a lot of stuff in science and technology, in STEM, science, technology, mathematics, and engineering. Or as people prefer now, STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, to join it together because we want to include creativity in it and creative products. Mr. President, we paid money, and a lot of money, for the design of a science center next to Children's Hospital in Vancouver. Where is it today? Where is it today? If we care about moving the country forward, should we not have done something with that? Mr. Chairman, but as some of my colleagues in the other place said, there is geographic discrimination in a directional way from north to south. For a government that says that it cares about the country, it cares about people, when ministers take the oath, I'm going to do so fairly, without, without discrimination at all, then how can we explain that? Look at the state of the Debe campus, Mr. President. Look at that. So then, we have to ask a variety of questions. That if there is no science and technology policy, if NIHIRST, that plays a critical role in science and technology popularization and education, and Mr. President, is established again, well established, that science popularization is what drives students to science and technology, that drives entrepreneurship. So we can talk entrepreneurship all we want. If we want to open parlors and sell by the road, then that's entrepreneurship also. But if you want to create products, optimize the industries we have, and really make a change, sustainable change, then science and technology plays a critical role. So we have to ask, Mr. Chairman, when I left NIHIRST, we were in deep discussions to solidify relationships with NASA, where we send students to NASA. They come back and they work in the premier space agency in the world. Come back and feel happy about it and spread the word. This is how we encourage students to do science and technology. We were developing in IEEE. That was the world's largest professional organization, Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. Gave us a lot of equipment. We spoke to people about space technology, satellite space, to look at Trinidad in terms of a variety of things. All gone. NIHIRST has been truncated, marginalized. Mr. Chairman, it really is sad. Where is NIHIRST today? Even the existing science center in Melanie is closed. Where is it? So how can we talk about innovation, these sort of things, when we close it down? Mr. Chairman, we have to understand that we just cannot start at the top. We don't fly first. We learn to crawl, walk, run, and then maybe we can fly. So when we want to take the country forward with science and technology, with innovation, entrepreneurship, we have to set the foundations for it. Now, Mr. Chairman, interestingly, as I did say, I'm from some time ago. When I did my degree in electrical engineering at UWI, maybe before many people here were born, I used a slide rule. Maybe the younger people say, what is a slide rule? Is a ruler sliding? Yeah. Then calculators came in, Mr. President. Right? Then after calculators, we had mainframe computers with dumb terminals. Yeah, we have done. What I'm saying, so you grow, right? You see, sometimes we talk about things, we want to follow the West, develop West, without laying the foundations for it. We have to keep on doing that. So right now, we have to digitally skill. We talk about AI, AGI, a variety, generative AI, whatever you want. But that's digital skilling. Have we skilled the students from young? And this is why the Honorable Prime Minister is a visionary. This is laptop from small. If we are going to have AI and use it well, then people must be digitally skilled. This is what we do. So we have to change, Mr. Chairman, as technology changes. And technology drives the world now. Eh? Everything is being driven by technology. And if we want to have a workforce, or we want to live in a world in which we can make a change, we have to have people, we must do the necessary stuff in that regard, Mr. Chairman. So, we ask ourselves, why is it in this state? To go back to the rehearsal, Mr. Chairman, when we were trying to get a draft science and technology policy, we had stakeholders consultation throughout the country, and yes, in Tobago also, Honorable Senator. And it's not glib. We meant it. One thing came out clearly, it was unanimous in all our discussions, that the science and technology policy should remain constant, irrespective of regime change. Mr. Chairman, when you look at some of the space flights from the USA, 50 years it keeps on working, and they must be funded continuously. Science and technology policies, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, take a long time. And we have this malaise in this country, and it is a malaise that when one regime comes in, and particularly the members opposite, they stop everything that's happening. Why else how could you explain what happened to the science and technology? Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, we have to be aware of that. I talk to students all the time. Mr. President, this phone I have, it's an old Galaxy Note 10, not the newest one. But the power in this phone, Mr. Chairman, is more than the computing power NASA had when they sent the first rocket to the moon. Would you believe that? We have this in our students' pockets. Are we training them to make sure they can use what's available to them? The world has changed, Mr. President. The world has changed. And what we have now, the sort of opportunities we have now, is that we can make big changes. It's not the long old days. People have access to everything now, all sorts of technologies. We have seen it, the sort of access you have to go forward. Now, what we need to do is to really empower our students, change our education system. And like I said, it started with the wonderful idea of the Prime Minister to digitally skill from the young children. So it's no longer difficult for them. But in going forward, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I don't know why I keep on calling Mr. Chairman. You look distinguished like a chairman and a president. Mr. President, I am what I call fanatically moderate. I'm moderate, but I'm fanatically so. Because most people think if you're moderate, you're easygoing. No. I'm moderate, but fanatically so. And I believe in this country, Mr. Chairman. I've spent my life here. I took decisions, stay here. And this might not go along well, Mr. Chairman, with some, but I've worked with both sides. We may be on the opposite sides, but we have to understand that this is one country. If it goes down, everybody goes down. Everybody. So we may have differences of views, and that is good. That's good for democracy. Mr. Chairman, it reminds me of innovation. People talk about innovation, but to innovate, you have to mash up. You have to think. You can't keep status quo. So sometimes the status quo is where we are here, they are there. And the distinguished senators are over there in the independent benches. But there are times we must come together, we must agree to disagree. But we must all agree that we go forward for the benefit of the country. That's what we need to do. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I don't know, forgive me for keep on saying Chairman. The Dalai Lama says, believe in God, but lock your car. What it means, we have to be pragmatic. We have to have faith in God. In this condition, we need to have faith that all of us here want the best for the country, all of us. But we must be pragmatic enough to recognize that all our agendas don't totally coincide. But there must be a core agenda that deals with the country itself going forward. So, Mr. Chairman, I am, just in case there are any misconceptions, I'm a foundation member of the UNC when it started. You're aware of that. Most people are aware. I served on the first UNC executive. People should be aware of that. I received a long service award from the UNC. So I'm UNC in and out. And what has attracted me to the UNC, Mr. Chairman, is the idea of inclusivity. And this is something I want to, say to my distinguished colleagues opposite. We are not enemies. We're all Trinidadians. We all are Trinidadian Tobagonians. Right? I was born in Trinidad. But I belong to the country of Trinidad and Tobago. And this is something, Mr. President, I would like to see this sort of change where, yes, we disagree, but we must agree on things that will take the country forward. There must be a change in the political culture, if you wish. Otherwise, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, look at what's happening in our neighbor up north. When we have the polarization that way, then the country never goes forward. It reminds me of the old saying about the crapper in the well. Every 3 feet it jumps up, it slides down 2 feet. We can't be that way, Mr. President. We have to change. We have to go forward. And, I think, as has been pointed out, whatever it is, we are in a difficult state. And therefore, as the distinguished senator from Tobago says to us, I want to ask you to accept your own advice and work with us also. Work with us. That's what we need to do. Right? Yeah. Hmm? Yeah.
We have room, man. We have room.
So it's...
We have space. We have space.
No, you can work from there and elsewhere. Right? As the independent senators do, we must work that way. We must have some common, objective, some common agenda. That's how we need to move forward. So, Mr. Chairman, there's no denying we are in a difficult place. But there's a saying, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. And we do have a leader in the Honorable Prime Minister who is very tough. There can be no doubt about that. But also, she has a milk of compassion in her heart. And that means, Mr. President, as we go forward, I think if we work together as a team here and we get support for what some of the things we can do, then I think we are going to make Trinidad and Tobago a better place. Mr. President, a new dawn starts with the rising sun. I thank you, sir.
Well done, Prof. Well done.
Take this opportunity to at least recognize and to welcome my colleague return to the Senate. And as he said, it's not his maiden speech, but he has been here and he was here, I recall, when I was here in 1990. So I want to welcome you back to the Senate. Senator, the Honorable Prakash. I now want to recognize the Honorable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today with a sense of duty and determination to contribute to this crucial debate on the Finance Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2025. Let me begin by expressing sincere appreciation to you and to all the honorable senators for the platform to speak on matters critical to the lives of our citizens. I also extend heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Finance and his exceptional team for their diligence and strategic planning in ensuring ministries can continue to meet the nation's needs. The mid-year review is not merely a fiscal checkpoint. It is a reaffirmation of our commitment to governance, equity, and responsible administration. Mr. President, before I just continue the few brief notes that I have here to speak about the Ministry of Labor, I want to acknowledge that we're in a good place. We're in an extremely good place, Mr. President. And by we, I mean the United National Congress. Because I listened to a contribution by my colleague, Senator Roberts-Radgman. And it was clear to me that the United National Congress will be in office for 5 years, plus 5 years, plus 5 years again. Because when I listened to what I've just listened to, I came to realization they have not yet figured out
What happened?
what they did wrong. They're actually in some kind of make-believe world of all things are fine. Correct. And that the population have misdirected themselves. All I know, I want them to keep on that platform. Because this assures the UNC that we're in government for years to come.
Stay in denial. Stay in denial.
Mr. President, I hear about a boast about a minimum wage. Whooping from $15 to $20, 50 cents a year over 10 years. That's a boast. Mr. President, I need to remind the population that the People's National Movement have had stewardship of this country for 53 out of 69 years. We only had 11 years, you know. UNC is only 11 years. 53. We're now talking about diversification of this economy. Where was with all these years? We fight it up with just oil and gas economy. And they're now talking about tourism. And it's 53 years. I want it to be understood. Not only were they in charge for 53 years, the People's National Movement had 30 years of uninterrupted rule of this country from 1956 to 1986. Uninterrupted. And they had 2 oil booms from 1972 to 83 and 1999 to 2008. Billions of dollars. Again, they used to say money is no problem in this country. Everybody used to want to come here. We used to push out and say, boy, where them small islanders only coming in the country for all. They can't remember them days. That's how it was.
Last 10 years uninterrupted.
And then they had 10 years again, uninterrupted. Let me tell you what I recall about the last 10 years. I recall people being locked out of the country during COVID. That's what I remember.
Trinidad,
If you want to know why people didn't vote for the PNM,
We kept some in Barbados.
Barbados had to kick them.
they lock out people during the COVID. That's what I
Other
remember.
people. And Barbados kicked them.
You know what when I reflect on the last 10 years, over 200,000 persons lined up trying to get HDC homes. After them, a state of homelessness. Young people can't afford a home. That we have 35-year-olds, 40-year-olds still living in their parents' home after 10 years.
Fiscal conservatism.
Of what they call fiscal conservatism.
PNM style.
We have workers, no increases in salary up since 2013. We have literally the working poor. People cannot save, living from paycheck to paycheck. That's the reality of our country. When I think about the last 10 years, I think about crime and criminality going out of control. That's the picture. I mean, I'm glad that they're ignoring all that because it means we have to fix it. I just remember petrol train workers, 5,000 workers out of their jobs. TSTT workers, 2,000 workers out of their jobs. TDC, hundreds of workers out of their jobs in the last 10 years. My God, what world are they living in? The labor participation rate in this country, people not even looking for jobs, it's falling because of the kind of salaries that we are paying people that paycheck to paycheck. People don't want those jobs. They are not interested. They are finding alternatives and it's to our detriment. What world the PNM living in? That they feel things were hunky-dory and people just choose to vote them out? My God, Tibetonians rejected the PNM at the assembly and rejected the PNM in the parliament. When they purport to be talking for Tibetonians, which Tibetonian are talking? When they talk about being routed at the polls, who are they representing when they purport to be representing Tibetonians? We talk about fire trucks, the absence of fire trucks. I listen with horror that those who have been in charge of this country for decades, that the Minister of Homeland Security pointed out that if there is a fire above 2 or 3 floors, that he would have to, the fire trucks would just have to watch a building burn down. And this is Trinidad and Tobago. That's our reality. That is not a good place for any of us. It's not a good place for our children to can't express their adulthood and have to depend upon two-hour joints. Let me leave it at that. Because they can't have homes to be adults in. That's not a good place for any of us. Mr. President, my overall concern is that we are here because of the absence of vision on the other side. And without a vision, our people perish. But here, it's not about trying to pick piecemeal. We do a little this and we do a little that. It's that this side has a sustained, well-developed vision for this country. as you would have heard, where we're going to take this country with a focus on diversification of the economy, so that once and for all, we have streams of income and we need to even fix and reverse some of these, as the Minister of Trade would have pointed out, the shutting down of petrol and as we hear now, premise upon falsehood. It was lies that were perpetrated against the population that lead us to a point where we would have shut down things that was in all of our advantage, if we had them today. We would have been in a much better place, particularly when I hear what I've heard Senator Maharaj would have pointed out us today. So today, Mr. President, as the Minister of Labour, I have that responsibility to put a focus on dealing with workers and workers' issues in this country. Why? Because workers represent the majority. When there are those who have the interests of the one, our interest here is consistent with the democratic principles that we are a government of the people, by the people, for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Today's discussion is not about abstract figures or distant programs. It is about the human impact of our policy decisions. It is about the thousands of young people seeking an opportunity. It is about families who deserve dignity in work. And it is about the institutions that must be empowered to deliver on their mandates. Mr. President, this bill is about continuity, about providing relevant ministries with the funding necessary to effectively execute their work for the balance of the financial year. The funding sought is not speculative. It is grounded in active programs, ongoing reforms, and targeted interventions. Let us be clear. This government has inherited long-standing systemic challenges stemming from years of underinvestment and inattention. But under the leadership of our Prime Minister, the Honorable Persad Bissessa SC, we are pursuing a transformative governance strategy, one that places people at the center, embraces innovation, and is rooted in service and justice. The work of the Ministry of Labour, Small and Micro Enterprise Development is guided by both national and international commitments, particularly our alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, most notably SDG 8, that is decent work and economic growth. This goal speaks directly to our vision, a Trinidad and Tobago where all citizens benefit from development, where employment is meaningful and inclusive, and where entrepreneurial energy is catalyzed and not constrained. Our ministry's work contributes to this national vision by advancing labor rights, strengthening institutional frameworks, supporting enterprise development, and ensuring our labor market meets the evolving needs of our economy. Let me pause a bit. I find it was startling. The fact that after 10 years, this government never once attempted to bring any kind of reform of the labor legislation in this country to the detriment of workers. That I want to assure, we will address. We will address. One of the first priority areas that in terms of this priority area number 1, Mr. President, and perhaps the most significant line item in our request for supplementation in the allocation of funds to meet shortfall, in this budget is the one related to the on-the-job training program. This is not a minor investment. It is an economic and social imperative. Each month, about 30 to 35 million is dedicated to the operations of this program, which currently supports more than 5,500 trainees. This program offers young people between the ages of 16 to 35 a structured 2-year induction into the world of work. It enhances employability, improves productivity, and most importantly, restores hope. Whether in public institutions, private enterprises, or NGOs, these placements are bridges to economic independence. We are actively reviewing the administration of the program to place greater emphasis on quality of placement, not merely quantity. With support from the Labor Market Information Unit, this reform will better match training to market demand. Already, 1,500 training providers have formalized their commitment through memoranda of agreement. This is not expenditure. It is investment in potential, in people, and in long-term prosperity of our country. Beyond training, Mr. President, is the need to facilitate meaningful employment. Our revitalized National Employment Service and soon-to-be-launched NEON portal, National Employment Online Network, represent a digital transformation of public employment services. NEON will simplify the employment matchmaking process, improving efficiency and accessibility for job seekers and employers alike. It is a significant leap forward in modern public service delivery. In parallel, we continue to support the Commonwealth Caribbean Seasonal Agriculture Workers Program, known as the FARM Program, which places local workers on Canadian farms. This exposes participants to technology, modern agricultural practices, and high standards, all of which can be transferred to Trinidad and Tobago to enhance our own agricultural resilience. Importantly, we are exploring the inclusion of cannabis cultivation within this framework, pushing the boundaries of economic diversification while ensuring regulated access and knowledge sharing. Mr. President, employment is not solely about working for others. It is also working for oneself. With the return of the micro and small enterprise development portfolio to the ministry, we are intensifying our efforts to empower small businesses. At the heart of this initiative is the development of an online e-business register, an innovation designed to simplify and expand access to formal registration, particularly for informal or previously underserved entrepreneurs. Formal registration opens the door to finance, mentorship, training, and growth. Through NETCO and in alignment with the government's official policy framework, we are rolling out a comprehensive package of enterprise support. Work-centric financing or underserved demographics, skill development in entrepreneurship and financial literacy, digital empowerment through upgraded platforms and digital tools, targeted youth programs, including grants scheme and mentorship hubs. We are especially proud of our focus on the Junior Cooperatives Entrepreneurship Program. engaging students in 16 primary and 16 secondary schools. This initiative is cultivating a new generation of cooperative business leaders, embedded in value of collaboration, inclusion, and community sustainability. Mr. President, decent work cannot exist without safe work. And let me underscore that, because that was one of the, again, as we talk about safe work, I remember Paria and the sad state of affairs that we all had under this administration. The failure to take safety, and more than that, not just safety, but the complete negligence in the treatment of workers in the world of work. It is not just Paria. Paria is the one that has become known to all. But we have had instances of people dying on the job under this administration that goes unreported, uninvestigated, and no remedial action taken, notwithstanding incidences of unsafe people being forced to work in unsafe conditions in the world of work in this country. Comrades, one and all, this is one aspect that we have to get on top of. What they have failed to do, the United National Congress Administration, under my ministry, we will make sure it happens. Because decent work cannot exist without safe work. Following the International Labour Organization 2022 recognition of occupational safety and health as a fundamental principle and right at work, we have strengthened the efforts to build a robust OSH culture. And let me be clear, the OSH agency, what we met, that is, colleagues, I was asked to see if we could ask the OSH agency to come and test the temperature, to see whether the temperature in the Parliament is at the right and appropriate levels. The OSH agency didn't even have that capacity. They are so under-resourced, literally, could do no proactive work when it comes to safety at work. That must change. Safety and healthy workers are productive workers. This supplementation enables enforcement, guidance, and outreach in service of national productivity and human dignity. Beyond individual programs, Mr. President, we are executing a comprehensive labor transformation under the banner Workers' Agenda, a 20-point strategic plan. This agenda is the conscience of the ministry. It is our blueprint for reform. Key areas include labor legislation reform, again, completely neglected by the last administration. They set up all kinds of subcommittees, engage in all kinds of reports, and then it's left on a shelf. We will be engaging in reform of the labor legislation once and for all. And such like the Industrial Relations Act, the Retrenchment and Severance Benefit Act, just to name two. Other areas under the workers' agenda is the freedom of association and collective bargaining, anchored in ILO Conventions 87 and 98. We have also committed to the creation of a national living wage. So whereas there's a boast of a minimum wage that moved over 10 years, 50 cents a year, as one of the PNM's boast, we are working towards a living wage. That is to say, a wage where persons could afford to live comfortably. That is what is the UNC's agenda when it comes to wages in this country. We are also looking to improve protection for vulnerable workers, including domestic workers. And yes, we are looking to the re-establishment of the National Tripartite Advisory Committee. We are also working with unions to improve access to affordable housing. We would be resolving outstanding wage negotiation and, of course, protect the cost of living allowance, just as how they did it for the Prime Minister, to ensure that his salary is renewed and reviewed every 5 years, consistent, to make sure it's in pace and keep pace with the cost of living. We are protecting the cost of living for the average worker. This is not rhetoric. It is a reform agenda rooted in fairness, international standards, and participatory governance. Mr. President, as I close, I remind the Senate that progress requires partnership. The media review and this supplementary appropriation bill present not just a budgetary adjustment, but a moral commitment to the people we serve. Let us reaffirm that in this republic, government is not merely administration. It is advocacy. It is compassionate in practice, and it is action in service of dignity and justice. Under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, and through the tireless work of our ministries and partners, we will continue to lift our people. Let this bill be one more step in that journey, a journey towards shared prosperity, equity, and national renewal. I thank you, Mr. President.
Is there anybody on the opposition bench who would like to speak? No, I'm asking the question. Is there anybody else on the opposition bench who would like to speak? No, I'm just asking for the third time. Is there anyone on the opposition bench who would like to speak? No, I'm asking.
Mr. President, thank you for the inquiry. We have an agreement with the leader in collaboration with the leader of government business, indicating that the government will put in one more speaker, and after lunch we would resume. No? That was the agreement, and that's what the bench is operating.
No, so, is there such an agreement? May I ask?
Mr. President, I think he misheard. I said we would stop at 1 for lunch.
So they don't want to speak?
That's what we said.
All right, so apparently, so I'm asking again. Apparently there's no agreement from what is being said. So is there anybody on the independent bench? So nobody from the independent bench, nobody from the opposition bench who would like to speak, right? So I'll now call on the leader of government business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I did not expect to speak today, but I thought, again, because of coincidence, something happened, and somebody sent me a copy of an email, and it just triggered in my mind that I should rise and speak as a preface to something that I might want to say a little later on in this place at another time. Very quickly, it's a very narrow area. I know, and I think we all understand, that this supplementary appropriation for fiscal year 2025 is the provision of $3.1 billion to fund urgent and critical recurrent and capital expenditure to the end of the financial year, to the end September the 30th, 2025, in areas where insufficient or no allocation was provided. And quite a lot of the appropriation, the proposed appropriation, has to do with expenditure under personnel expenditure, wages and salaries, cost of living allowances, allowances for monthly paid workers, contract employment, short-term employment, salaries, contributions to NIS, remuneration to board members. You get the picture. Allowances to monthly paid officers, pension contributions, traveling and subsistence. So a lot of the recurrent expenditure in areas where it was insufficiently allocated or no allocation or allocation was provided, we now have to top up, as it were, to the end of September of this year. Mr. President, I think no one in this chamber would deny that it is important, and the government thinks so as well, that salaries for our public officers and officials be paid and be paid on time. And that is one of the reasons why we are topping up the account, as it were, to allocate money. But unfortunately, Mr. President, despite all of our best efforts, sometimes, commercial banks sometimes make it hard for ordinary people to do business and to access their money. Sorry? Oh. And this is why, Mr. President, we are at pains to work hard today, because we want to get this bill passed so that we can make adequate provision to pay our public officers up until September. Mr. President, the PNM government has, for the last 10 years, left the commercial banks alone to brutalize poor people while enabling friends and family and financiers to access foreign exchange and to navigate the banking system and the cream of our economic system with ease. We in this chamber, Mr. President, and I think all of us, and I will say that with the utmost fairness, we in this chamber, we regularly advocate for the ordinary people on both sides. I'll accept that, because that's what we're here to do. And on this side of the chamber, at least, Mr. President, the regular citizen, the regular man in the street, the man on the maxi taxi, we put them first. We put the regular citizens first, Mr. President. But sometimes, Mr. President, some things happen, and happen to us, and some things hit home. And we are left to feel the pain of the ordinary person and the inconvenience that they suffer because of the abject stupidity of commercial banks and the preferential treatment they choose to give to big clients, where they put the big boys first. So, Mr. President, I will disclose this is a personal lamentation, Mr. President. And you see, Mr. President, I must admit that I have not had an income for the past 2 months after leaving private practice. And yes, I know I made a decision to sacrifice for national service, and I will continue to do so, even if I don't get an income next month. And I accept that happily. I was assured by the permanent secretary in the office of the Prime Minister that my salary was electronically transferred to the bank, because that's what they do when they pay wages and salaries, when you fill out all these little forms. I think it's called the IRIS system. I think that IRIS system probably has glaucoma. Because for the cataract, probably cataract, yeah. But for the past few days, I've been checking on my online banking and nothing has come, you know. And you get paid, well, you're lucky. Yesterday, I got a call while I was in this chamber. I got a call from somebody, so I ran outside from the bank. the bank that puts you first, by the way, asking that I provide proof of source of funds of my salary, which was sent electronically by the government to my bank. I know we have an expert here in anti-money laundering. I don't know if the government itself launders money to public officials from the consolidated funds. So, wow, that was flagged. Okay? Well, you know it can. I suppose you know how to do these things. So at the end of the day, that's why you must keep your mouth shut. At the end of the day, I still wait for the money that I work very hard for. So I understand the lamentation of the ordinary man. So, and then I made some calls, and this morning I understand. So nothing is there yet, nothing is a good thing. Only have something in the tea room for me. And I might have to ask Senator Al-Rawi to buy me a little aloo pie and some coffee and panchos later, because I still don't have my money. So this morning I understand that the bank that puts you first wants to get from me 2 forms of ID, a salary slip, and proof of my address. I have been living here for the past 3 days. Maybe you could give me a little card to say Red House. I don't know. I don't know if tomorrow the bank that puts you first wants my nanny name, my nana name, my mamu name, biometric data. All of this when I've been banking there for the past 14 years. But Mr. President, I will comply, because I've already given them my warrant of appointment from Her Excellency the President as a minister. I have already given them my warrant of appointment from Her Excellency the President as a senator. I have already given them the little green form that they had to stamp to say to the control of accounts. Everybody knows the little the yellow form. Control of accounts, please do this, authorize. I've already given them my letter of assumption. What else do they want? The color of my underwear? I don't know. But God forbid, yes. But Mr. President, I will comply. Like everyone else, sometimes you have to accept stupidity and hostility just to try to get things done. My bank will not put you first unless you are, for example, someone in its view that matters, someone who they don't view as a second-class citizen. Now, somebody gave me an email here, but no. It's an email to somebody called Karen Darbesi, in which a high public official is saying, please do a letter for PM to purchase US dollars to pay these 3 invoices. He needs to have payment made tomorrow, no later, and is waiting for letter to confirm instructions now. I need to verify certain things, and I will come back. I need to verify certain things. Invoices to be paid by him for a friend. And it's an email from that person to Karen Darbesi, extension 3000. But I'll get back to that another day. So, Mr. President, on the campaign trail, we said that we shall examine the banking system and how we can improve ease of business, ease of people getting their wages and salaries and so on, especially public officers, because it comes straight from the government. We have installed a new governor of the central bank. I will comply, Mr. President. I know people are raring to go to say it's financial this and financial that and FCAT and so on. I will comply, Mr. President, and do what I have to do, and I will do so humbly, with the confident expectation that things will get better for the ordinary people when dealing with commercial banks. There must be a better way, Mr. President, to balance financial oversight and what we are required to do with ease of business. And we, the UNC government, shall find a way, Mr. President. We shall find a way. And that is because, Mr. President, unlike some commercial banks and unlike some regimes which the people rejected recently, it is the UNC that puts people first. I thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else from the opposition who would like to speak? Or the Honorable Faris, Senator Faris.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank the members opposite for the brevity of some submissions. Perhaps I should reply immediately to the Leader of Government Business to inform him on the point that he's put onto the record about the bank that puts you first and what seemed to stun him and have him utterly amazed at requests of the bank, that the honourable member should know, as a seasoned lawyer, that he is a politically exposed person now. And everybody who knows anything about the laws on anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism and proliferation financing, as well as the Integrity in Public Life Act, ought to know what a politically exposed person is. So, Honourable Senator, welcome to the world of law and your obligations. I'm surprised you didn't know that, but I'm happy to lend assistance. Mr. President, I listened to the Honourable Minister of Labour speak this morning with great passion. He's an eloquent speaker. I listened to him say, "We are in a good place," and by we, I mean the UNC. I listened to him say that he was stunned at Senator Roberts-Radgman's contribution, and that we in the opposition seem to not understand reality, that we were living in some, and I quote, make-believe world. I listened to the Honourable Senator speak to the fact that workers' rights were critical. The Honourable Senator said, we need to focus on workers and workers' issues. The Honourable Senator reflected upon the plight, and I will quote from him as per my notes, of some 5,000 Petrotrin workers, some 2,000 TSTT workers, the TDC 100 workers. He said, the Honourable Senator said that in the last 10 years, his exact words, he said, "My God," in explanation. What world are they living in, is what the Honourable Senator said. But as the Minister of Labour and as a former trade unionist, the Honourable Member made absolutely no mention of what happened in the last 7 weeks alone. 10,700 CPEP workers fired with prejudice, some argue. 500 workers in WASA not renewed. 10 senior executives in WASA sent home. 140 change agents in the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government sent home. 900 persons in a particular RHA, they asked not to be named, contracts not renewed. 700 persons in another RHA, again, the whistleblower saying, please do not call my name. The Attorney General's office, 10 officers at least sent home. That's 12,960 people in 7 weeks. And the Honourable Minister of Labour has the gall to talk about 7,000 workers in 10 years. Mr. President, I am told again, and I pray this is not true, that the forestry workers numbering 4,700 are next on the chopping block this week. I'm told that the URP workers are next on the chopping block, some 5,000 workers. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, I therefore find it remarkable that someone who came from the labor movement, now the Minister of Labor himself, didn't have one word of assurance, not one word of assurance for the most vulnerable persons, people who earn $120 a day, $1,400 a fortnight. Not one word was said of them. Instead, we heard the leader of government business complaining that he had to fill out forms to collect his salary, not knowing he was a politically exposed person. He too, not one word offered of solace, of reassurance, nothing, Mr. President. I saw another union leader, Michael Anisette, make a plea to the government to speak to capricious action. But Mr. President, it's relevant in the context of this debate. We're asking for an appropriation. Let's go in terms of further responses. I heard the Minister of Transport, the Honorable Eli Zakur, speak last night. Very eloquent, very measured. The Honorable Member made some very serious allegations, speaking to the fact that there were 14 items that he spoke to. And Mr. President, I think I'm obliged to make some commentary and reflection upon those contributions coming from the Honorable Member. The Honorable Member last night read from what appeared to be a report. It's what I walked away from the debate with, talking about allegations at VEMCOT. Serious allegations. Indeed, I was quite surprised at the allegations made. I did some investigation and found out, indeed, those allegations were made. What the Honourable Senator failed to tell us is that the Honourable Member seems to have been reading from allegations made by two employees of VEMCOT, the finance manager and the HR manager, who were brought before the board of VEMCOT on a number of allegations. Stemming out of those, one of those managers was brought up on charges by the fraud squad. And the matter was under, and still is under, active consideration, so I say no more. That individual wrote a letter to the Honourable Senator, to the Honourable Minister. And it is that letter that the Honourable Member read, as he's entitled to. The Honourable Member has control of the information and structures. I make no complaint of him putting that. But what was devoid was context. And the context was that in the Ministry of Works and Transport, now Transport, as it relates to the Honourable Senator, there is a report from Permanent Secretary Alfred showing that the former minister promptly requested the permanent secretaries to initiate an investigation by the Internal Audit Department of the Ministry to ascertain whether any of those allegations from that person were true. The matter was investigated and a report was issued. The Honourable Senator didn't read from the report. Had he read from the report, it would have shown that absolutely no finding of fact or truth was made in respect of those allegations. Now, I don't condemn the Honourable Minister for reading from the allegations. The Honourable Minister is entitled to do so, but I'm saying that he, unfortunately, was not granted the perspective that he should have brought to the Senate, which is to give the context.
42-9.
After he speaks.
Mr. President, what I'm cautioning with the greatest of respect the Honourable Senator, whom I know to be a very decent man, let me say that plainly, is that one should be careful to have the full context put onto the record so that the record is fairly demonstrated, because there is a report. I call upon the Honourable Minister, when he's given his 2 minutes to clarify his statements, to get that report and read it, so that the names of persons on the board are properly protected, at least with a mark of truth that exists in the Honourable Minister's portfolio and ministry, because it is a dereliction of duty to attack people in a context that is devoid of the facts. True. It's fair to make the allegations, Mr. President. It's very fair to make the allegations. But I caution the Honourable Minister, most respectfully. Mr. President, let's go to the issue of buses. Let's go to the PTSC that the Honourable Senator Zakur raised. The Honourable Senator Zakur made a very serious allegation against a former member of the Senate, Senator Richie Sukai. In respect of those allegations, the allegations are that Sukai Diesel, the company, which the past senator was a member of, had done business with the PTSC. If that is true, I would like, again, in the context of truthful and wholesome context, if the Honourable Minister would condescend to tell us the truth about procurement. A statutory corporation such as the PTSC is the entity that engages in procurement. I would honestly appreciate it if the Honourable Minister would clarify whether he is making the allegation that the minister somehow entered into the procurement with a related party. I doubt that that is the case, Mr. President. Because if that is the case, I can ask now whether the Honourable Senator Zakur, whom I know for the record again as a person of decency and integrity, let me make that absolutely clear. I would like to know if the Honourable Senator Zakur has issued a circular to all of the PTSC saying, under no circumstances is anyone to purchase gas from the gas stations that he owns. Is that what the Honourable Senator is saying? Has the Honourable Senator issued a circular to the whole of PTSC saying, I am the owner of 2 gas stations in this country, and therefore nobody from the PTSC who uses the government card, who uses public money, is to purchase gasoline from your gas stations? Is that what you're saying? Would the Honourable Minister of Trade be saying nobody buys Sasha Cosmetics? Now that's a global brand. We are lucky in this country to have somebody like the Honourable Minister of Trade. He is a remarkable feature of this country. His family is legendary. His mother, if you permit me to say, was the famous Madam Maharaj. He is legendary in what he has done in the trade market of Trinidad and Tobago. Broken barriers. I compliment him warmly. He really is an outstanding, remarkable businessman. But is he similarly going to put forward positions as such? I doubt he needs to. I'm raising it in the context of warning Senator Zakur, with the greatest of respect, that you ought to be extremely careful about the kind of allegations you're put to read. It's most unfortunate, Mr. President, that those remarks were made. I honestly recommend that the Honourable Senator take time to get the context of positions, because it cannot just be your pelting stone and pelting stone and pelting stone. Okay. With respect to the report on Vemcot, what is the consequence of the police report? What is happening in the police report? Where is the ministry's position? At the airport authority, the allegations made that they were dealing with security contracts. Was that a breach of the public procurement law? Was it done for reason, Mr. President? I am not saying that I would be aware of all manner of ill that happened anywhere, but there's a reason why the Public Procurement Act came into effect. It's a very difficult piece of law to work with, but it is in fact the law. So I just respectfully caution, if that is the line the Honourable Senator Zakur wishes to go along, then please put out the circular and ban your personal gas stations from any form of public money. That would be fair if you stand by those forms of allegations. Just a word to the wise. Mr. President, I want to come quickly to the budgetary items. We have been in a cyclical difficulty of revenue. We went through price shocks in the year 2016. The price of oil fell to $27 a barrel. Our revenue from oil and gas dropped from $21 billion per year to $900 million. Ever since that happened, the PNM government took the decision to run with 2 budgetary cycles, the appropriation at the beginning of the year and the mid-year. And every single mid-year, we said because of the vagaries in the price of oil and the price of gas, that we would give the government the opportunity to do 2 budgets. And therefore, let me say it plainly, perhaps it's an admission, but it's more of a reminder, we specifically under-budgeted. Because we said so in the context of bearing in mind the vagaries of the global climate, especially as it affects our market prices for oil and gas, and we peg the oil and gas prices in the budget, the per MMBTU for gas and oil prices, we peg it at the budget. Why? Because anything over the price of oil or over the price of gas goes by law into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. If your gas price and oil prices are below what is pegged in the budget, then it does not go into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. And the Minister of Finance then was at pains to say why the government engaged in mid-year budgeting. If you go back to any one of the questions asked in the Standing Finance Committee of the last budget, which is relevant to this debate, you will see every single minister, I was one of them, who said, we will at the mid-year budget the items that have been under-catered for because of two things. One, the need to know where the price of oil and gas is, and two, because of the effect of the public procurement law. Let me put on record this. The public procurement law saw in the Ministry of Rural Development that I had control of until recently. In the last financial year, the full first year of the public procurement law coming into effect, we reported that our expenditure dropped from 100% to 15%. The public procurement law was so difficult and so thick to work with that only 15% of the PSIP was spent, 15%. And that constitutes the basis, those two reasons, of why the last government specifically under-budgeted, but said so expressly at the Appropriation Bill and in the Standing Finance Committee. So, Mr. President, I think it incumbent to put those positions on the record. Mr. President, in this debate, I note that there is a hallmark item in the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government catered for by way of supplementation. I paid attention to the debate in the House and the Standing Finance Committee, but without going into that debate and those contributions, but relevant to the line items in this bill, I'd like to say, I note that CPEP, which is in great contention right now, CPEP was allocated $60.5 million. And that $60.5 million was specifically said to be for the payment of contractors in the CPEP pool and to provide, and for 12 additional contractors. I note that nothing has been said of the fact that every single CPEP contractor has been dismissed, and therefore the entire workforce, nearly 11,000 people, have been dismissed. And therefore I wonder what on earth is going to be the situation with that $60.5 million, because it cannot be that it is to pay for 12 new CPEP contracts when I know for fact that only 2 contracts were relative to that conversation. But, Mr. Speaker, I note that coming from members opposite in the public domain are things such as, and I note media publications, that there were allegations of gross skewing of allocations to allegedly marginal seats and PNM seats. In fact, there's a table going around which shows things like La Joqueta Talparo supposedly got 45 contractors, Moruga Tableland 42, San Fernando West 46. And you go down to the rest, you see 33 to Arima, and you see 39. If you add up the list as floated around by the UNC, you get over 837 contractors. But in law and in fact, we know that the entire CPEP program only had 336 contractors. So even the story of AHA is wrong. And therefore I have to ask, what is the story? Relative to CPEP, I notice that there was an allegation again made by the current minister in charge of CPEP, that is the member for Couva South, that CPEP was spending exorbitant sums of money. Mr. President, I'd like to put on the record that for the year 2024-2025, which we're dealing with, the CPEP bill was $351,452,611. But if I go under the UNC's tenure 2010 to 2015, what strikes me is that the bill involved, look at 2014 to 2015, $721,861. So we're looking at 351 versus $694 million. How do you seriously make an aha shame allegation of the last government for spending $351 million to employ nearly 11,000 people when the UNC was spending close to $700 million? Mr. President, it just makes absolutely no sense. It's a mockery of the concept of research and the fact that facts are relevant and capable of being disclosed, Mr. President. It makes absolutely no sense. But, Mr. President, is it that the $60 million is going to be used in damages to be paid for unfair and unjust dismissals of the CPEP workers? Is it going to be that it is to be paid by way of legal fees to come? Because I noticed Senator Beg was very happy to talk about legal fees, calling out names of persons who supposedly receive benefits of legal fees under the PNM. And, Mr. President, I, for my part, wish to say, I was told, Mr. President, that there's a break to be taken at 1. Is that the case? No? May I continue? Thank you, sir. I was told, for my part, that these allegations of fees were exorbitant and that we should have regard to the truth and what the PNM did and didn't do. But, Mr. President, what I find staggering is that the member, the Honourable Senator Brian Beg, completely omitted the fact, certainly for the period of time that I was Attorney General, I came to the House and to the Senate and to the world at large, and I published a value for money statement. I put out the list of every single person that I paid authorized payment for as Attorney General. I gave a value for money stated. I put forward into that position that under my tenure for the next 6 years that I was reporting then, that for the 5-year to 5-year period, 5 years under my hand as Attorney General, with all matters disclosed, the government had spent $371 million. 5 years under the UNC, they had spent $636 million. In respect of the value for money contributions for legal fees, I also pointed out that the Director of Public Prosecutions had consumed $148 million of a total of 410 if you take it to 6-year marker. So in the tenure in which I was Attorney General, in the 6 years, nearly 7 years reporting, I reported an expenditure of $410 million. Still less than 5 years of the UNC, which had spent 636. Of that $410 million, I reported that the DPP had spent $148.7 million. I reported that $141 million was arrears which I had to pay. So of that 410, I had paid $122 million in arrears. That therefore left, Mr. President, a position of $67 million to foreign professionals and $72 million to local professionals. Of that $72 million, I then went into further discourse and I identified every single person by name. I showed the amount of matters they conducted, what the money was spent for, and then I went into the big items. Now, Mr. President, permit me to put on the record. Why did I disclose all of those figures publicly? I saw that there was great merit in one of my predecessors, now current Attorney General John Jeremy, SC, because he at no point in time hesitated to publish figures similarly. In fact, that honourable member also, I took the leaf from his book of saying that I would produce a legislative agenda, and so was the precedent set. I thought it was a very good precedent. So I want to just caution, Mr. President, what we are ready to look at when we're looking at the expenditure of legal fees is the value for money figure. In the value for money figure, I think that it is fair that we deal with that. I note, for instance, that in our tenure in time, there were considerable expenditures, and I joined the Honorable Attorney General's concern, made in the other house but reported in the press, that there has to be a discussion in relation to certain matters, in particular matters which are consuming a lot of money and going nowhere. But while I'm on the issue of legal fees, if I could, and I'm grateful the Honorable Attorney General is here. Mr. President, in the cut and thrust of politics, sometimes unkind words are said. I, for my own part, I recall the media asking me a reflection on the Honorable Attorney General, and I said some sharp words, which I think were unfortunate. I publicly say to the Honorable Attorney General and his family that sometimes words can be hurtful, and I accept sometimes that words can be hurtful, and I apologize. That's just fair. Because, you know, sometimes you get lost in the fact that you're talking to an individual and you forget the individual has children or family members. So I want to publicly tell the Honorable Attorney General and his son and his daughter, two brilliant twins, brilliant kids, I apologize.
That's very noble.
But, and that was honestly meant in the cut and thrust of politics, but is wrong. I apologize.
Good example.
But one thing that I'm particularly warmed about with the Honorable Attorney General, being the Honorable Attorney General as he is now, there's a matter that the Honorable Attorney General reported on in the House. It was the expenditure of legal fees for White and Case in the Piarco matter. The Honorable Attorney General mentioned that some $140 million was spent. I can say that that is true. But I want to say, if there's one person who deserves a national award, it's perhaps the Honorable Attorney General. Why? In 2004, as the Attorney General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, he brought litigation in another jurisdiction, in this case Miami, against certain persons in the Piarco matter. He was excoriated for bringing that litigation. All sorts of allegations were made against him. I can say publicly that I had cause, in fact, by members of the UNC. I had cause, in fact, in my tenure as Attorney General and as a minister, to defend the name of the Honorable Attorney General against some serious allegations which were just wrong, untrue, false. Matters which had, in fact, reached mutual legal assistance stage. And when it came to my attention, I said, this is rubbish. It is wrong. It is untrue. And I produced evidence to prove that his name was a good name. His name was a good name. But in that Piarco matter, the Honorable Attorney General in 2004 survived attack after attack after attack for going behind white-collar crime. And as a result of his work, which I inherited, we were able to pursue the Piarco matter and to receive $1.2 billion TT dollars in judgment in a Miami court. It's under appeal in that court, in that jurisdiction, but all that I can say is that the appeal is pending because it's been heard already. But I'd like to remind that the Miami docket is a public docket, and if we're looking at legal fees that were expended in the Piarco matter to White and Case, I would just urge members of the public to go onto the Miami-Dade website, the Civil and Family Probate Courts Division, the website of the Miami-Dade Clerk, and you will note that thanks to the combination of work and the historical work done by the Honorable Attorney General, then as Attorney General in 2004, the work which I had the pleasure of continuing and bringing to conclusion, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has a final judgment awarding costs and attorney's fees in a sum over $17 million US. The final judgment was granted to Trinidad and Tobago, $17,389,910.93, and interest accrues on that. That judgment was published to the world on the 9th of May 2025, after the election. So history is going to be in sharp focus because it really is quite remarkable that the Honorable Attorney General has the pleasure of concluding that work. And I am sure we are in good hands because the kind of licks that the Honorable Attorney General took for that matter is unprecedented. He has thick skin. I say that in the context of value for money, the PRCO matter, the fact that the Whiten case were paid $140 million. They don't earn all their fees. Take 20 million and multiply by $7 and they already work for their money. So we look forward to that particular position coming forward. We look forward to a little bit more. Let's turn to the Rural Development Company, as it then was, as we're dealing with an appropriation for $20 million to the RDC, the Rural Development Company itself, and that is for payments towards the loan financing that were taken for that company. And I want to thank the Honorable Senator Vishnu Danpal in particular. Senator Vishnu Danpal, as Minister of Finance, when we sat as a government to borrow nearly $1.2 billion, did in fact carry out the borrowings, but made sure to put those borrowings in an escrow account. And that therefore ring-fenced and protected monies. The drawdown for those monies has to come through the permanent secretaries of whatever ministry is responsible. Take the Rural Development Company. The permanent secretary of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government has to give the authorization for expenditure. The Budgets Division of the Ministry of Finance, in conjunction with the Accounts Division of the Ministry of Rural Development, must be certified by the engineers at the Rural Development Company's head office, which is the Ministry of Rural Development itself. And I would like to say, as Minister of Rural Development and Local Government up to April 28, 2025, I want the record to show that the use of the Public Procurement Act was fully in gear. The PDAC committees are the ones that authorize expenditures, etc. The minister is not involved in procurement. The permanent secretaries are involved in procurement. But very importantly, I want the public record to also show that the engineering division, which must go out and certify whether works are done or not, was headed by someone, in the case of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, who in fact has operated for decades in the public service. I would like to say a little bit more about that individual, but I won't, because I think it would skew the conversation. But what I can say is that I'm sure that the engineering department stood at arm's length, having worked for a previous government, etc., and did its job. What I would really like to say in this debate, Mr. President, is it is very unfortunate for us to be castigating things out of context. Mm-hmm. This is a mid-year where monies are required to be supplemented. The real golden question we have to ask ourselves is, where is the financing coming from? I listened to the very noble intentions of the Minister of Labour. I join him in saying that, yes, there is an idealistic focus on living wages not being minimum wages, but being affordable living wages, where we peg to the RPI indices as it happens, where there's a review period, etc. But I would like to know 6 months from now, when the grip happens, as to how we're going to afford it, when the NIS is collapsing, because we have an aging population and the workforce is falling. I would like to know how we are going to treat with the sustainability of wage increases, which we would all love to give. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, a form of Solomonic justice has to happen, where you have to decide in the social balancing exercise how you treat with this. And it's not an easy exercise. I'd like to say to the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Social Development, Ministry of the People, the Senator is clearly a very intelligent and well-qualified individual, having worked in the public sector and in the RHA sector. But I would just like to say, having served 15 years in the Parliament, I would respectfully recommend refraining from things like labeling Terence Dialsing as a mere druggist. And why do I say that? Whether we like it or not, there is a fact that then Minister Dialsing had to preside over the COVID pandemic, a lot of which relates to the budget, Mr. President, that we're treating with right now, because, sorry? Would you like me to give way, Senator? Okay. I've offered to give way to the Honourable Senator, but she's not accepted the invitation. I'm just saying, as we're looking to the Ministry of Health supplementation for goods and expired goods, the just-in-time delivery mechanisms, the reform that is going into effect, led by Minister Darrell Singh, a mayor druggist, but a minister of health, in fact, the longest-serving minister of health in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, who managed the COVID pandemic very skillfully and with a lot of difficulty at his feet, Mr. President. In those positions, I think it important to remember that we have a system that was under massive pressure, Mr. President. Massive pressure. And it is incumbent upon us now as managers of a country, those in government now, to be conscious of the realities of where we go. I expect to hear all sorts of allegations and ahas and out-of-context statements, etc. That's par for the course. That's politics. At the end of the day, the good news is that there is a court of law that can treat with these things. As I mentioned, those things about expired drugs and payments due to other authorities, etc., I would say to Senator Zakur that it is a fact when we're looking at the parts that VEMCOT held that we must have regard to the fact that multiple series of buses were being maintained by the VEMCOT facility for the PTSC. And the parts which are in issue as raised by the Honourable Senator have to be factored in the context that the vast majority of multiple buses bought for which you had to have inventory of parts were bought under the UNC. And you cannot not have parts for those buses. Thank you, Mr. President. What we attempted to do, Mr. President, in our tenure was to streamline the suppliers so that we have more consistent buses that had stocks of parts, etc. But I would invite Senator Zakur to go back and have a look at where the source of the problem originated. It's not his problem. He didn't create it, but he has to manage it. There may be inventory which is old, but we have to treat with the inventory fairly. So, Mr. President, to the government I say, beat away. Song and dance. Espouse all the wonderful ideas that we have. Talk about rights and positions, but come and at least reflect upon the difficulties to CPEP workers now. 7,000 in one place, 11,700 in another place. It cannot be that there's no regard for people, because the pledge that everybody is now mocking is that when UNC wins, everybody wins. When UNC wins, you get fired. When UNC wins, you get blamed. When UNC wins, you get no home. When UNC wins, you get evicted. When UNC wins, you forget what a politically exposed person is. You forget your whole law degree. When UNC wins, all of these things happen. It seems to be almost an irony from the Lord Almighty telling us, all you want that? Take that. So, Mr. President, enjoy the spoils of victory. To people like the Honourable Senator Philip Alexander, who I welcome to this House, enjoy the spoils of victory. Pump up your chest, make noise, castigate people all you want. Just remember, time is longer than twine. And you will have to reckon for your deeds at some point, Mr. President. And therefore, with that in mind, as we all suffer that fate, all of us suffer that fate, it is important for us to remember to have a little clemency and a little mercy for particularly the issues that I have reflected upon. Let's get context. Let's get accuracy. Let's get value for money. Let's be fair. In my record as a parliamentarian, Mr. President, I've worked with you, not to bring you into this debate. But I think that it's fair to say that in all my debates in this parliament, I've never been derogatory towards an individual. I've provided balance. As Attorney General, I would circulate marked up amendments of the act that was going to be amended to all persons, etc. It is a matter of courtesy, because today the shoe is on one foot and tomorrow it will be on another. Absolutely. So, Mr. President, I think that wraps up my contribution, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, I think I would like to suggest that we take the break at this time for lunch, and we come back exactly at 2:20. This sitting is now suspended until 2:20. question. Watchman. The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Youth and Sports.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, and may his blessings be upon his prophet and the prophet's family. Mr. President, as is the norm, I would like to thank you for my invitation and, of course, to comment on your elevation. Having worked with you for 5 years under your esteemed guidance, I can reaffirm the words of Senator Maharaj that there is no one more worthy, more meritorious than you to ascend to that office. I'm happy to join the debate at this point in time, especially after that last contribution from the Honorable Senator Faris Al-Rawi, because I was thinking that this could be National Irony Day. Because there stood a man, irony of ironies, and funny enough, the Greek word for irony is ironia, which has a more in-depth meaning than what we know it as. It can mean feigned ignorance, feigned arrogance. Well, that encapsulated everything about that contribution. The seemingly outraged Senator Al-Rawi at the plight of poor and working people escapes no one in Trinidad and Tobago when we put into context, which he asked for. He continued to ask for context. Well, let me give this champion of the poor and the working class some context. One Alexandria Place, $600,000 a month, $7,200,000 a year. 3 Alexandria Place, $575,000 a month, $6,900,000. What a champion of the people. 45 to 45C, St. Vincent Street, $159,000 a month, $1,900,000 a year. Corner of August Street, St. James, $356,000 for this battle for human rights. A year, $4,272,000. Yearly, Mr. President, this modern-day Uriah Boss Butler collects $20,280,000 a year.
President, 46.6.
Mr. President, they opened the conversation completely, and I'm responding.
Yeah, continue, please.
And I am glad the Senator Browne, I was waiting for him to interject at some point, this self-anointed Sai Baba, who seems to be giving everyone advice lately. And we wonder why in 9 years, he failed to give his own team advice, because he has been lifted from here, where the Honorable Senator Allahar sits, and escorted to over there. I wonder how his advice fared with his own party. Irony of ironies, since that seems to be the theme, we might soon hear that he gave advice to people who suffer from domestic abuse. I say no more. Back to Senator Al-Rawi, who seemed to go on and on about how we treat with CPEP workers? Well, simple, Senator Al-Rawi, through you, Honorable President, donate that sum of 200 million over 10 years, donate a quarter of that to those poor and grieving workers that you so care about. Donate that instead of spending it on things to tighten face and all kind of thing. Anyway, I thank you, Mr. President. I now join the debate. I will spend no more time on people who come here being the epitome of political hypocrisy. And when we look at all the discourses throughout the history of debates in the Senate, when we look at our predecessors in ancient times, there were three things that they never tolerated in the Senate. One was irony, because I described it before. Second was hypocrisy. And the third was not being humble, when you had contempt, when you were contemptuous. And I think in the person of all those senators, not the newly elected, of course, I love their contribution. Well done, Senator. But those older ensconced in their P&M political trickery, I say to them, not only shame, but you deserve to be where you are, and time is longer than twine. So, Mr. President, in examining this media review and the allocation and so, we of course inherited what I like to call scorched earth. Scorched earth. The P&M never leaves a place for anybody with anything in the till. We know that. Their hands long and sticky. Not a program you could find. So I'll deal with somebody who might feel he might get away. But he was dealt with. Commendations to my young senatorial colleague on my right, Mr. Daniel Rashid. He dealt with it quite well, eloquently, well-researched. I will continue there, sir. So I'm being appointed to the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, and I had, of course, the distasteful assignment of looking through some of those so-called programs. There were about 38 of them. I think some of them conceptualized by my senatorial colleague, Cummings. Well, let me tell you something. If programs to make Frank and Jesse James blush, they were there. Those were those programs. Frank and Jesse James himself could not have conceptualized it better. I saw a program, Mr. President, do you know, called the Fuse program. It was a program that was two-tiered. One, where people had to act like Senator Al-Rawi, clear bush from the line. Minister Apuja, he had a clear bush. And the second part of that program was to lay lines for tea and tech. But when I look at the budget for that program, I say, well, Harvard University giving out that program. No? Harvard University came down here and was the service provider to clear line and lay line. Because it was costing $74,000 per student for 3 months. $74,000 per student for a 3-month program, and they're graduating to go where? To T and Tech, which is saturated for workers. Make that make sense. So all these programs that I looked into, and we had others, and we have 5 years, and time is longer than twine, I will look into it more and more. We realized that I was able to find, Senator Swaratsingh, I was able to find a systemic flaw in the system that the P&M capitalized on. And you know what that is? I don't even know. And I would like to give, before I go into it, I would really like to be magnanimous and give Senator Faris Cummings the floor for 2 minutes to apologize to the youth of this nation for abusing them under all these programs that he conceptualized. I give him 2 minutes. Minister apologize. Okay. Under advice from the man who liked to give advice, he refused. Let me tell you why you should apologize. Through you. Why you should apologize. This pretense of being Patrick Manning has done quite well under the PNL. As a matter of fact, if you look at him forensically, or his achievements, I know I'm talking about him personally, I don't know the man, he's virtually unemployable. We'll go so far, rumors of plagiarism and all that. I would like to ask this honorable senator, what was the intent and purpose of all these programs that only matriculated our people, our young people, with certificates of completion or participation? Very few of those programs could not allow any of those young men and women to enter the job market. There was no CVQ. There was no direct entry. And there's, well, I don't know if to blame him directly, the senator, or to blame his lack of intellectual depth. I don't know. No, I ain't tell you don't see. I tell you they lack intellectual depth. Well, I glad he mentioned. Thank you very much for mentioning this is the Senate. And I wish I had a jail right outside. Because this man, this senator, did not realize within the system there needs to combine with these programs something with the Ministry of Education. So I opposed the Ministry of Education. I said, were these programs designed and appropriate for entering the job market of Trinidad and Tobago? They said no. So I said, how were we able, or how was it possible for a senator, no senator, or minister, 10 years, with control over thousands of people and budgets of millions, to only graduate people for the optics, I was told, for political optics, with certificates of participation. What a betrayal of the youth of Trinidad and Tobago. What a betrayal. Someone with some compassion or with some understanding, that's why it was not derogatory, it was a question. Is it a lack of intellectual depth on the part of the senator? Or was it intentional? Now, when I hear Senator Al-Rawi's concern for CPEP workers, then I believe his intention. And I tell you why, Mr. President. 273 out of the 330 odd contracts were in PNM constituencies. 207, that is not a small number. Then we have to ask ourselves, if they have so much love for black people and Indian people, who are the majority shareholders of this country, why then not have a program with CPEP that could possibly make these people graduate from just cutting grass and painting stone into something more meaningful for their lives, something more sustainable that will give them some kind of generational wealth. But no, you make sure that your family fix with generational wealth, and you make sure that yours fix also. This will not be accepted by the UNC at all. What we are about in the UNC is to make sure we break the monopoly of the PNM mafia that control a program that was meant to help poor and working class people, but has come to enrich their friends and their financiers. We will not let that happen now, we will not let that happen then. We will break that, and that is why you all are so upset. That is why he's so upset. $20,280,000 is not enough for him. And I know that from a personal anecdote, that his family was crying. Cannot take food out of his mouth. So from $20 million a year, this will give us how much, Daniel, in 10 years? 200 million. Or they couldn't save about 2 million, man? To eat some? You crying about food out of people's mouth? and then complaining about you representing poor and working class. You go on with policies. I go in ahead, because if I talk more about it, I'll get passionate. And if that happens, plenty more will come out about who really own gas station, about who really go on gas station and where. I will. But you fix up your family, I know that. So, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I rise on 46.6.
I know this debate, you had your turn, you said what you had to say. The Honorable Senator is responding. So I am a Democrat, and I'm allowing some flexibility in this debate. Continue, please.
Mr. President, typical PNM. They could give, but they can't take. They could give, but they cannot take. He came, made some allegations about Senator Zakur, Minister Zakur, sorry, spoke about things, and here what, quoted it, by always prefacing it, he's a good man, and then you're bad talking. No, we can't do that. If you want to be honorable to the maximum. Being hard and firm of conviction is also part of nobility. Don't come here and play sanctimonious. Certainly not with me. Certainly not with me. So, me talking about truth. What I say here, thank God, Mr. President, I say on the outside. I say on the outside, I say it, and I say it here. So let me get back to the bill. Yes. So we have two senators on that side who pretend to care about the poor and working class while having had a good time for 10 years under the PNM. Senator Melanie Roberts-Radgman, who I quite enjoyed her presentation, spoke about fiscal conservatism. Remember their former leader talking about wean yourself off the government. And while we were weaning ourselves off, they were ham, lamb, and jam all over the place. Like it's only wean yourself off the government and fiscal conservatism when it comes to the children and grandchildren of Africa and India. When it comes to them and their family, hey, carte blanche. Carte blanche. Not like blanchishes. Some people can't spell that. It's carte blanche. I even heard Petrochin mentioned. And I like to excuse the Honorable Senator Radgman for mentioning Petrochin. I don't know if she was in Trinidad and Tobago, but I certainly was here. I heard testimony, as our brother Senator Baptiste, Minister of Labor, mentioned. I heard directly how that affected not only 10,000 workers, but the whole French line communities, the trickle-down effect, how people were displaced, people used to sell small, had little groceries, mini-marts, so the multiplier effect in economic terms would have been much more than 10,000. You're looking at upwards at 22, 25,000. That was clear. 40, I hear, by all accounts. We had the Senator Radgman come in and talk about 10,000. We even had numbers where Senator Al-Rawi mentioned 10,000 and then 7,000 somewhere. Not to belabor the point. We have been here in government a month, 2 months? 2 months. 2 months. We have to fix all the wrongs. We have to make those rights. I understand their haste in wanting to portray the government in a certain light. That is their job. That is their job. But what I cannot take, Mr. President, is the lies and the hypocrisy as they go about doing their work. I cannot take that. Why? I remember, as I segue, as people who discourse in debates do, I remember when I got stuck in Trinidad in 2020, and I ended up going into some charity work in my former community of Mongdo. And I remember carrying up some hampers, as my father and mother used to do. I remember carrying some hampers up Mongdo Hill. I had about 150 hampers. I was not aligned with any party at that point in time. And I went up into the community. And in about 20 minutes, I kid you not, senators, in about 20 minutes, 150 hampers went like that. Gone. What was telling, Mr. President, is coming down the hill from Mongdo after. And I kid you not, it has left an impression on me, coming down the hill, and the person with me who was driving, Mikey, says, Senator, I look in the mirror and I see about 15 to 20 old men and women running down the hill behind the van to get a hamper. Falling over themselves, Senator Big. Falling over themselves, the level of poverty that was happening under the PNM. Falling over themselves to get a hamper in 2020. And they come here to pontificate about their care for CPEP workers. I mean, I can't even say shame. It's beyond shame. It's beyond shameless. And you know, they like to puff up and feel like, you know, they deserve to talk about it. But not here, not with this UNC, not at all. We'll fight you here, we'll fight you outside. And we'll make sure that that narrative that you all tried to do in 2015, it ain't happening here this time. It's not happening here. And I don't, you know, Mr. President, moral clarity must have a manifesto. What I mean by that is when you pretend to be moral, you must also be manifest about it. It's what people say, like my mother and they who Christians to their heart, faith without works is meaningless. That's what it means. Faith without works is meaningless. So they come here and puff up and pretend like they care, and all political gamesmanship. And I'll give you another anecdote. We heard someone apologizing here to the AG. Big apology. Political grandstanding. Ask him, did he pick up the phone and call the AG to apologize to him? No, but full of political grandstanding. Look my boy. That is it. We had enough of that. Faith without action is meaningless. Meaningless. Get some truth within yourself. To thine own self be true. Father Kennedy grew up in the church with me. Went to the same church together. To thine own self be true. And it follows as the night, the day. And thou cannot be false to any man. I grew up hearing these things from my parents. They had one of those poems for everything in your life. And that was instilled in me. So, you know, you could find 1,000,001 sins about me. The one sin you will not find is hypocrisy. How I talk, how I see it, you could see it on my face. Never hypocrisy. And I like the laughter from the next side. And I would laugh too if I was benefiting $20 million a year. I would laugh too, Senator Maharaj. I would laugh too. Yeah, I would laugh if I was benefiting $20 million. Anyway, I'm going all the way through. The next part about this PNM that left us in a hole was when it comes to agriculture. Because we're dealing with poverty and in food insecurity, which they created to no end. We have to look at agriculture, which they never dealt with. They always kept agriculture about 1% of GDP. We know that. So we find ourselves having to fix it. But when we have to allocate, because of the condition of the economy, recurrent expenditure all the time. but is a noble man who plants a tree that he knows he will never benefit from the shade of it. And we find ourselves in that position where we have to be planting trees that we don't know if we're going to sit in the shade of it. We don't know. But as I said, because they've left Trinidad and Tobago in such a scorched earth position, we have to do everything from scratch. And very well, we don't know how the tide will turn, especially as we have such a maddening crowd politically in Trinidad and Tobago. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know if the senators on that side, who seem to be quite vocal in the defense of people, we don't know if that might take hold. But I don't think so. I think people have awoken. They have awakened themselves to the hypocrisy of this government. They have realized that every single economic hole we are in. I mean, we have a former Minister of Foreign Affairs and CARICOM Affairs who seemed to have a serious banker about losing that work. All his questions today about CARICOM and all that, no matter how it was answered by the leader of government. By the leader of government. You have something to say? Yes. Well, keep quiet. Sure. Big point. The leader of government answered him. Now, he seems to be quite perturbed. Don't get your face out of whack. The leader of government answered him, and he keeps trying to, as a matter of fact, he suggested to our Minister of CARICOM Affairs what he should be doing and suggested advice.
Standing Order 48.1, question time has passed. And we're not allowed to revive any of this for your consideration.
Yeah, I think he's just making a point. He's moving on. Continue.
I was going into the point that the minister who seems to freely want to give advice, under his watch, our visas to the UK were rescinded. Rescinded. Our students were threatened by the US with not even being able to go and study in the US under his watch. All of this. We're on a serious watch when it comes to the European Union, where we don't know if that visa too, that Schengen visa will be reinstated.
Standing Order 46.1, there's no allocation for the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs in this appropriation.
Listen, if you want to be rigid in this debate, I could have stopped endless people. I have some flexibility in this debate. So continue.
And what I'm surprised at is that they feel somehow like in times gone past, they can say what they want on that side, and we cannot respond. I don't know why they have the impression that this country belongs to them. And you hear it in their utterances when it comes to CPEP, and I go back to that. They feel that that CPEP program was theirs to do what they want. But they're now faced with an opposition, with a government. They're now faced with a government who are firmly putting them in their place and letting you know you have 5 years to sit there and listen to our policies. Of course, my pet peeve, as you would know, Mr. President, over the years, has been how they have treated with health. Because he who has health has everything. I mean, there's nothing you can enjoy in this world unless you have our health. And it's one of the things that this PNM government, they neglected. So we had to have an allocation of 728 million. Unfortunately, most of that might be in recurrent expenditure. Because what have they done? Here's what this PNM was so good at doing, Senator Alexander. Here's what they're so good at doing. Building buildings and useless car parks. Wonderful with that. So right in Skinner Park, where we had a hospital in dire need of help, they built car parks worth $130-something million. I mean, if I tell that to anybody, any neutral observer from a first world country, and then take him into Port of Spain, where I went about 10 days ago, one of my friends got in an accident from Mongdo, just walking through that place, Port of Spain. Just walking through. I ain't getting to the central block that they I ain't getting to the central block yet. Yeah, I'm talking about the real hospital. The one where people all up the wall, on the sides, on the ground. I'm talking about that hospital. When you watch that hospital and look what they've done, I make the point that they're quick to ask you, where they get any money from? Well, we know where we get any money from, but we also know where the money gone. 130 million, 145 million for Skinner Park, a useless field that they keep for their stink and dirty parties. Our government, rudderless, visionless, that they can't even control their own internals. Thank you, Mr. President. But coming here to give us advice and to ask us questions about where we get any money from. Not once in their 10 years, they had a new revenue stream that we could have depended on. Until now, they owe businessmen over $6.5 billion in VAT refunds. And then talking about where you're getting money from. Money that, yeah, they have all the answers except for themselves. $6.5 billion. You know what these businessmen could do that? You know how that could be investments into business and keep the economy growing? No. What they offer them? Bonds. So defer any payment. Which becomes what? Without interest, a burden on who? The taxpayers. That's what they do. That's all they know how to do. But make themselves, I don't want to say rich, because I might get pulled up for that, but make themselves comfortable, that's what they know how to do. So Mr. President, I must mention education, because I also shadow that as an opposition senator. We had to come and get funds for $55 million. Now, I remember doing a press conference where the Guardian had an expose talking about how much money they allocated over the years for school renewals, so to rehabilitate schools and school repairs. Millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. And when the Guardian looked at it, not a school rehabilitated, renovated. And they want to, we asking where the money gone. And I did a whole press conference about that. And there was a school in Piccadilly that I was able to go and cover, Piccadilly and St. Philip's. They promised 4 years ago to have that school rebuilt. I passed by that school up to a week ago, Piccadilly government. A school that serves a catchment area that has increasing crime, increasing problems with gang violence. And we know once you have a school that is properly run, properly built, adequate for the growing needs of a community, you mitigate against crime. You increase the opportunities for people to be properly employed. They haven't rebuilt that school. You know what they did? Because I went inside the school and exposed them. They put up some big galvanized all around the school. The security guard, unfortunately, I heard was fired because he had let me in the school. Making sure that nobody will ask questions about Piccadilly Government School. And I want to keep repeating that name, Piccadilly Government School, that they promised to rebuild, that we know will have to rebuild. But hear what? They allocated money for that in their budget for 5 or 6 years running. And they want to come on here and talk about they care about poor and working class people. They care about nothing but themselves. They care about nothing but themselves. As the economy was shrinking, Balize House was growing. Not only that, they cut gate. They cut gate by almost $300 million. How you could conceive that you intend to let a people, especially in Trinidad and Tobago, facing rising crime, rising job losses, programs leading them to nowhere in the job market, but you go and cut gate. That alone should signal the intention of a government that has lost its way. The United Nations, by every metric, they said to us in COVID, and I get to COVID now, they said to us in COVID, there are 3 things we must pay attention to, especially in COVID. One, the first one they listed was education. Make sure you increase education. They cut education. Make sure you increase sports. They realize the importance of sports. They cut sports. Under the UNC from 100 million to 10 million. All the football leagues, budget cut. You cut the budget in the football leagues, what you do? You immediately put people in the exposed, underserved communities, you put them on the breadline. You give them a chance to be proper recruitment for who? The gangs. I mean, it's such a cluster bomb of stupidness, stupidity, wanton, intellectual debauchery from that side that I could talk for a year, basically, of what they haven't done. I will say, before I wrap up, there's a systemic flaw, and I mentioned it briefly before, in the programs created under Youth Affairs, where most of the programs did not allow matriculation into the job market or proper educational system. They did not. As time goes on, I will, outside of the Parliament and inside, indicate what those programs were and how they affected thousands of young people who basically ended up going to a program for 3 or 6 months and basically going home with a piece of paper, giving them a certificate of participation and certificate of completion. That doesn't allow for entry into our job market. I hope if they would like to take some advice, while on that opposite side, that they reflect on what they have done, the damage they have done to the young people of this nation, while enriching themselves. That is basically what happened. I wouldn't even go into the caravan program. I'll leave that for another day, where millions were made under a program that started from between $5,000 and $20,000 budget that ended up, before the elections, with 6 or 7 events at a budget of $800,000. I remember those figures because I remember them. So this is a PNM, Mr. President, that has not served the nation in any capacity. It was all about Frank and Jesse James. It was all about making sure that they were okay. It was all about trying to convince the public that they actually cared about them, especially among our most vulnerable communities. I would like to say, we, as a party, come with not only a vision for the economy, but we come with a moral clarity. Our mission is clear. We are here to help the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. We are here to help the underserved people of Trinidad and Tobago. We are here to do this in the most transparent and accountable fashion, and we intend to make sure that we keep this country moving and developing. And with those few words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Yeah, the Honorable Senator Foster Cummings.
Mr. President, I thank you for the opportunity to join this debate. Mr. President, it's my second time serving in the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago. I know that the Senate, this upper house, is usually distinguished by a certain dignity and decorum of the officers who have the opportunity to serve in this house. I would hope that those who have their own challenges in Lebanon would understand that the prison that they seek to have close by might resemble the one visited in Lebanon. Mr. President, I will spend my time treating with some of the issues because I have little time for personal attacks against colleagues, whether they sit on my bench or on the government bench. But I have to correct for the record some of the statements made by Senator Nakhid. Mr. President, the CPEP program, which was started under the Patrick Manning government sometime in 2003 or so, I'm sure Professor Persad remembers that program, is a program that was designed for several reasons. One, an entrepreneurship program to promote entrepreneurship among young persons wanting to get involved in business. Two, to fulfill an environmental requirement of keeping our community clean. I don't think anybody can ill-speak the CPEP for the magnificent job that they continue to do during the life of this program. And three, to create employment, particularly for those vulnerable in society. A large number of them single mothers, and many of them depend on this program for survival, to eat, to send their children to school, and to provide for their family. And that program, I think, is one of the successes of the Manning government, and successive governments have continued that program. In 2015, when the PNM won the election and replaced the People's Partnership Government, the Keith Rowley-led administration met contractors engaged in that program at that time, and those contractors were recently given extensions to their contract. As a matter of fact, it was done, I think, the month of the election, for 3 years. The public should know that all of those contractors, because of all that I said before, the purpose and the merit of that program, all of those contractors were left to complete their contracts up to 2018, Mr. President, with no interruption. The reforestation program, a similar program designed for a different purpose. When the government took office in 2015, all of the contractors in that program were left in the program, and when their contracts expired, they were left month to month and performed those duties right up to 2020 without interruption. And what is the reason for that, Mr. President? These are the people at the lowest economic ebb in our country. They should not fall victim to political gamesmanship. This talk about, it's always a smoke screen being thrown up. That corruption in the CPEP, audit, etc., etc. How does that answer the cry of the mother who has to buy school books for her children? We are approaching July, August. How does that answer that? Whether a minister has buildings rented to the state or not, how does it answer the question that this government has summarily dismissed 11,000 workers in this country over the last few weeks? And you campaigned on when UNC win, everybody wins. That was a fraud. You campaigned on love. You said that once you were given the I'm sure many of those CPEP workers probably voted for the UNC at the last election. You have fired some of the very people who caused you to be on that side as you keep boasting and have us on this side as you remind us. And therefore, when you campaign You campaign hard because you want to convince people to give you the opportunity to govern. But when you get into office, you have to govern for all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, including me, including every PNM member. You are now the government of Trinidad and Tobago. But you're still behaving as if you're in opposition. I took great comfort, Mr. President, in listening to Senator Maharaj. Not that he didn't knock the opposition a bit, but, you know, I am from central Trinidad, so I know of the business. But when I listened to him, I got from him, in spite of the buffet and there for the former government, that he had an intention to contribute to the development of Trinidad and Tobago in a holistic way. If what the senator says comes to pass, all of us will benefit from that. I listened to Professor Persad, who I've known for a long time. I only learned today that he was a foundation member of the UNC. He always, you know, sort of impresses me as this, you know, kind of real Trinbagonian kind of person who I did not know. I did not know that he was a foundation member of the UNC. You're forgiven for that, Professor Persad. But I listened to him, and, you know, a lot of what he said I could connect with. And of course, from good old PNM stock, loan to the UNC comes Dr. Kennedy Swaratsingh, Senator. But when he spoke, and you know, you can get that he wants to make a good contribution. I can't commend you for where you've landed, but certainly I can associate myself with some of what you've said. Mr. President, as I said, in this place, we have to just operate with some dignity. Yesterday, my colleague asked me to return my PBR pass, and I most humbly returned the pass as requested by my colleague. I brought it here, I leave it with the parliamentary staff. You know, because I return it. I was asked to return it, and I was asked, Mr. President, I was asked to return the pass because I collected it 2 days after the general election. I don't know when the courtesy of a PBR pass, you know, has become an issue. It is only under recent times under this government. But I was asked publicly, I would gladly have privately returned it to my colleague. But since he publicly asked me to bring it, I want Trinidad and Tobago to know that I have complied. And I've now returned the priority bus route pass. But what I want to say, you know, I'm just going to spend 1 minute to make a comment, and this has nothing to do with the integrity of Senator the Honorable Eliza Kur. I met him, I spoke to him for the first time today, and what I'm going to say has nothing to do about his integrity or anything like that. Mr. President, I came into politics as a businessman. I've been in business for the last 30 years. I started in the market, actually, selling with my mother. So I was taught to be a merchant very early in my life. Some people would like to believe otherwise. I leave that up to them and God. But I am a businessman by profession. I came into politics as a businessman. And so I understand that Senator is also a businessman. We might be in similar types of business as well, as one senator tried to allude as though there was some mark to us. But when the business that my colleague referred to the senator being involved in, one of those establishments took place in 2015. The PNM was in government. The second one was in 2024. The PNM was in government. And notwithstanding that the senator who contested against the PNM in a general election, nobody said in the PNM, that is Zakur who is a UNC former candidate. He can't get this or he can't get that. He is a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, and therefore he's entitled as any other person, notwithstanding his political affiliation. And he's an upstanding businessman. He must be allowed to prosper in Trinidad and Tobago. But you have people with the impression that, and somebody spoke about it today, Mr. President, I think it was Professor Persad, that notwithstanding whether governments change, as governments will change all the time, you may like to think that you will get a run like Eric Williams for 30 years, but it's not going to happen. There's going to come a time when you're going to return to this side, and we are going to be on that side. And if we are seriously interested in the development of this space called Trinidad and Tobago, then there are certain things that we will not sabotage. There are certain policies we will not seek to score cheap political points on, particularly, Mr. President, the young people of this country who have a great passion for. Particularly the young people, and I know Professor Persad is very much involved in education. He has a history in education in this country, both at UE, NEHUS, UTT. A son of the soil. And therefore there are certain things that we do not score points on. One of them was mentioned by Senator Nakhid. I'll probably speak into the future. Maybe you're going to do some further studies. There was, notwithstanding, there was a program, because you see, when you want to justify taking action to shut things down because you're now in government, you have to give some sort of justification to the country to prevent them from coming at you for stopping progressive programs. So there was an apprenticeship program, 2 apprenticeship programs that the ministry that I led did with the Ministry of Public Utilities. And how did those programs come about? Discussions were held between the 2 ministries and the 2 agencies, one WASA, one TNTEC, to develop 2 apprenticeship programs, nothing new. These programs existed before, but somehow become dormant. And what was the purpose of the programs? In the first case, the program referred to by the senator, a program called FUSE, was done in conjunction with TNTEC to train young persons for the job market in overhead line clearing and laying of the lines and so forth. Mr. President, that program provides opportunities for employment, not just for TNTEC, because you have several other telecommunications companies in this country operating, looking for persons with this skill. You have private contractors who are contracted by TNTEC, and therefore you want to provide a pool of persons for them who at least have been trained, properly trained by TNTEC officials. And you hear the senator taking a program like that has impacted the lives of young people to provide them with possibilities for employability and seeking to score political points with it. Mr. President, another program called PIPE, similar intent, an apprenticeship program, where young persons are being trained in pipe laying, where they can then possibly get work with WASA, if not with WASA, other private contractors and people in that industry. A lot of research went into these areas because we were training persons so that when you complete the training, there was an avenue towards employment. It was all part of our youth policy, a plan that was put in place as to how do we create training opportunities in a rather short space of time, because you wanted to treat with an immediate problem. You have the option of leaving them to be absorbed by the criminal element or providing opportunities for them to give them an opportunity for employment and meaningful employment outside of CPEP or URP. Another program, and I heard the Minister of Agriculture, I'm sorry he's not here, is speaking a program called YAP, the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program. And Mr. President, the newspapers had it to say, I think it was The Guardian newspaper, that the minister launches a probe into youth farming program, asking where are the homesteads? Now, I don't know whether the minister did not get a proper brief from the public servants, but we spend significant time because you see food security is important. I see the ministry requesting an allocation of an additional 9, how much was it? 9, I will get the figure from my colleague, but 9 million. And because we all have to prioritize agriculture. The complaints about food prices and the supply of food and the use of foreign products. And this program was designed by the public servants with some policy direction from the government to treat specifically with bringing on a new generation of farmers in the country. Who could ill speak that? It was done in conjunction with UTT, the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Professor was the president of the university at the time. I remember engaging with him on this program. And the UTT Ekiaf campus executed a 2-year training program for the young people in this homestead program. So one of the first areas is training and certified training. So that at the end of the first year out of UTT, they move on to a farm, a model farm, where they get that kind of training, on-the-job training, so to speak, from a master farmer. And following that, the government would put some idle state land to use. Now, it's not magic. All of these things have processes. You have to first locate the land. You have to get all the approvals. You have to get the infrastructure in. You have to build the homestead. And therefore, the first program, the pilot area that was selected was Chatham, because Petrotrin had this idle estate that became available. And if the minister, who is not here with us today, but I'm sure somebody can convey to him, if the minister travels down to Chatham, he would see the pilot project there. Infrastructure work being done. Now, we had some challenges, you know, in this country now. Some people like to interrupt government work and try to gangster contractors, etc. We had to get the military and the police on site for that work to continue. But the program was progressing apace. I saw in the Newsday on Sunday, I can't wave in the chamber, but the Sunday Newsday, I see that they went down there based on this first article to talk to some of the farmers on site. And Mr. President, I won't display it, but I can read. There's one young farmer already on his lands there on his homestead, one called Mr. Borneo, and he has a business, a seed innovation hub. This young man coming out of this program has started this business where he's producing seeds for the other farmers. And his intention is to expand, as a matter of fact, he has already done it, has expanded this business to several other Caribbean countries, providing seeds for them. And there are several other farmers who they met, male and female. I will not detain the Senate with all of them, right? One, Patrick Aking, several of them already engaged in the first phase of the program. And I would really hope, for the benefit of this 1,000 young persons, because it was the policy then, that we would train at least 1,000 young persons, because there's an aging farming population in the country. And that these young persons will be given the opportunity, notwithstanding the change in government, Professor, as you have mentioned, notwithstanding that, that these young farmers will not become victims of the change in government, and that the government will look at this program and continue this program, if only for the benefit of these young people who spent 2 years at UTT, many of them, and are anxiously awaiting to provide all of us with food. But, Mr. President, I want to assure Professor Nakhid that in his research at the Youth Division, notwithstanding the many young persons who in the other place, unfortunately, Mr. President, many of these young qualified persons who manage some of these programs. Now, you see, politicians can, I really don't take personally anything Senator Nakhid just said. I mean, you know, I would not do it, but I don't take it to heart. I can sleep comfortably in the night. And it's okay if politicians throw jabs at each other. But when we stand in the parliament and call innocent citizens' names in a derogatory way, they have no room to defend themselves. It pained me to listen to a contribution in the other place from someone who succeeded some of the work that I was doing, to hear the names of citizens highly qualified who were doing their best as young persons to contribute to this type of youth work, names being called as though they were unqualified. Many of these persons, master degree, BSc, well certified, all of them, every single one, and doing the work. And just to score some points, you have their names being called out as though somehow they're doing some illegal thing. I feel the pain for them, and wherever they are, you asked me to apologize? I apologize to those persons whose names were called in the other place as though they were unqualified to do the job. Citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, trained and certified. I apologize to them on behalf of all the politicians who choose to go that route, Mr. President, because it is not fair to them. They still have a life ahead of them. And even if the UNC government finds, because only today I got a message that at the place where Senator Nakhid is now engaged, that other temporary workers who have contracts up to September were given letters that they must go home at the end of July. And one young lady messaged me. Well, I can't say in tears because it was a message, but surely the message was very emotional. These people have obligations, they have mortgages, they have cars to pay for. When we campaign hard. But when the responsibility of government is thrust upon you, you have a responsibility to govern for all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And the 5 years will come and go, and we will campaign again, and we will take our best efforts on this side to remove you from office. That is our objective. We are the PNM. We are an election machine, 70 years old in January. We exist to be in government and to keep you in opposition. So when the next 5 years comes, we are going to do our best to get you on this side. But in the meantime, while you have been entrusted with governance, please govern for all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm not trying to be no Pontius Pilate, you know. I'm saying to you, the citizens demand that from you. That special majority that you have gotten, that popular vote that you received, some of the people that you are persecuting voted for you to be where you are. Consider that in your policy making. That you are in fact damaging the lives of some of the very people that put you in office. And somebody sometimes has to stand up. In my own political journey, there are times when I stood up contrary to what might have been the popular position. It is publicly known. Somebody spoke about, I think it was Senator Leroy Baptiste, who chastised us on this side about the closure of the border to citizens of Trinidad and Tobago during COVID. It is no secret. I was part of the government, and what my position was on that became public, not by my hand, but it certainly was public, what my position was on that. So sometimes, Eve, it is not only to go with the popular view within, it is only the popular view. Check the Hansard in the lower place. It was read into the record by a member from your bench. what my position was on that matter, which did not coincide with my colleagues at the time. So go and read the answer. Do your homework. Go and read your homework. It is public as an answer. So, Mr. President, we are here to debate the Supplementary Appropriation Financial Bill 2025, and I'm very grateful for the latitude that you have given me to respond to some of the matters raised on the other side and to set the record straight. The member, Senator Nakhid, made a comment that many of these programs that were conceptualized by me, he said, did not offer these persons opportunities for employment. It was either certificates of participation or certificates of completion. There was no CVQ, etc. Let me just correct the record, please. And I just hope that Senator Nakhid, who I know to be a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, who I know to have a track record in sport in this country, will understand that, yes, sport is critical and important, but just as important is youth development, and that is why the government chose to set up a ministry specific, with a specific objective to treat with youth development, not a division of the ministry, because usually in the Ministry of Sport and Youth Affairs, sport is the child and youth is the stepchild. That's why you probably got the stepchild to take care of. And came in a bit late in the government. We were wondering whether you were going to get anything at all. But of course, finally, you are inside. So youth division usually is a stepchild in the ministry. And that is why the Prime Minister set up a specific Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. And let me say to you that these programs that you say were conceptualized by me, I take no credit for that. I don't reinvent the wheel. We have given them catchy names as a marketing strategy. All of these programs are programs designed by NESC, by MIC, by UWI, by UTT, by COSTAT, or by YTEP. We spoke about Ministry of Education. In the former government, all of these agencies fell under the Ministry of Education. So there was a relationship between the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Trade, and the Ministry of Youth, where we utilized existing agencies that had programs. We had consultation with different groups involved in employment, the construction sector, the marine sector, etc. And where we found shortages or gaps, we designed programs to suit that. So we're not just training persons. We did our research. And Senator Nakhid, in order to attract the young people to it, because when you look at the extension work aspect of it, a lot of the young people, although these programs exist in these agencies I spoke about, are unaware of their existence. So to attract them, we gave some of them a name that we could market. So that you will find, for instance, that the PLAR program is a program that exists at UTT. It is not Foster Cummings' brainchild. It might be called something else there. What does the program do? If you are skilled and you have no certification, the program will take you, assess your capabilities. You might need some remedial inside of there, and take you towards CVQ certification. There's a category of young persons that the UN refers to as NEET, N-E-E-T. They are neither in employment, any formal education, or any formal training program. They just existing in society. You meet them on the blocks. You spoke about going into certain areas and giving out hampers. You meet a lot of young people. They're just not productive. So we focused on that category and gave them some additional attention. It is like the weaker child in the home. Some of them may not be able to go to CVQ level. Some of them left secondary school without a full certificate. and some of them have literacy issues. So some of the programs you spoke about were designed to capture that category of persons. You can take them, how do you mean to what end? If you get a skill, I mean, how many laborers can a labor market employ? If you get a skill, you become a little more employable. You are more marketable. And therefore, some of the programs that you see here, don't knock them because you want to knock it. Take a deep dive into it for the young people of the street. Whenever I engage in the public space, I meet young people all the time. All the time, saying to me, thank you for this program. I now have an extra hustle. And therefore, once you give them that skill, you give them an opportunity to engage in productive behavior and activity. That is the opportunity that you give them. Now, many of these programs are CVQ level, especially the ones executed by NESC and MIC. Some of these softer skills, so we train people in barbering, and you might get a certificate for that. You have some people, we train them in nail technology, I think they call it, but to do nails, etc. Those are soft skills. And they might get a certificate of participation or completion for that. But when they are finished with that, they can apply to the program now under Minister Leroy Baptiste and get some aspect of a grant. The higher level, the ceiling is $20,000 at the time, but your business might only require $5,000 after the NEDCO people, who are all quite good, I must say, do their evaluation, and they give you some training in financial literacy, how to keep your books, etc., etc. You get a grant, so you're not starting off with a loan requirement. So some of those persons that you say to what end? Not all of them will go looking for a job. Some of them will equip themselves as small business and get that support from the government to start up their own, because you will never be able to provide all the jobs to everyone. And many of those persons have accessed that program. The last time I checked, I understand that applications for that program exceeded 5,000 applicants. Of course, we don't have budgetary situations to treat with that. But many persons have accessed that program, and there are a lot of success stories coming out of training towards entrepreneurship. I will take all the knocks and blows that you have, but the young people have benefited significantly from the work that was put forward by the former Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Mr. President, there's a particular program that I want to speak about, and it's, Senator Nakhid sort of caused me to change up my presentation a bit. And I will share with the national community, because you see, we may look for some of these things and they may disappear in time to come. There was a particular program called ALLSET, Alternative Learning and Life Skills Enhancement Training. It trained 100 young persons every cycle. And what is that program, Mr. President? It deals with an area of heavy equipment operation. This is not an area that usually people walk off, leave their home and say, I want to be a backhoe operator. The program existed in NESC all the time. But to market it, we put that handle on it, Mr. President. Oh, only that time has flown so quickly, Mr. President. I'm now warming up. The ALLSET program is heavy equipment, it's bulldozer, excavator, backhoe, dump truck, skid steer. And that program, when they complete the program at NESC, it is not a fly-by-night organization. That organization has been around for a very long time, very experienced. You go there, you go down to Chaguanas where the training takes place, you meet some of the trainees, you talk to them. When they complete there's a relationship and a discussion with Ministry of Transport and the licensing department to make sure that they get their license for the particular equipment. And when they are finished with that, contractors, when I was there, contractors were contacting the ministry to say, listen, we have a project to start. We want some of your trainees to come on and work with us. Of course, it's an apprenticeship arrangement. You have to go out there and do the work. You have to go out and seek out the contractors. Ministry of Labor has a division there that does similar work. And you collaborate with Ministry of Labor, and together you all will get the job done. You are no longer in opposition. You are now in the government. Forget what you think was not. If you feel it wasn't 100%, you take it to 100%. Okay? Do that. But do not spend the time destroying the foundation that was laid for the young people of Trinidad and Tobago. They are not going to forget you for that. This was no picture opportunity. This was serious work being done to help change the lives of young people and direct them away from a life of crime. And therefore, if you have that concern, look deeply into these programs, because it was all with good intention. To look at agriculture as a career opportunity. We did not know that there were so many young people interested in agriculture. It's sometimes the proof of the pudding is in the eating. It's only when we advertised the programs that we saw the number of young people coming forward to take part in these agricultural programs, because persons had the perception, Mr. President, that agriculture is a kind of hard work that they don't want to get involved in. Many of the farmers, their children are not going into agriculture. Their children are moving on to other professions. Because obviously, a farmer, my mother was a market vendor. You think she wanted me to be a market vendor? My father worked Carney Limited cutting cane. You think he expected me to stay there cutting cane and not be making a contribution to what I'm doing here today? Parents want the best for their children, and they may not think that they want them to continue in the vein that they were in. And now we see where new technology is making agriculture attractive to younger people. We develop programs to attract them to that. So that I hold on to the point and the hope expressed by Senators Persad, by Senator Maharaj, by other senators here, Senator Swaratsingh, and others, that there comes a time and there come certain issues where some bipartisan discussion and collaboration needs to take place for the good of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. You have been in this for a very long time, Mr. President. I congratulate you again. You have served, you have given of your time, and all of us, we give of our time because we have an interest in Trinidad and Tobago. Some citizens don't understand why we will sit here for 14 hours, making sometimes valuable contributions. 1 minute, I'll wrap up now, Mr. President. But I want to say to the government, particularly Senator Nakhid and my former associate out of La Hoqueta Road, the young people of this country need not be played politics with. Let us get down to serious work and make sure that they have an opportunity for self-development and to become the best version of themselves. I thank you, Mr. President.
The Minister in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to congratulate the Honorable Senator Foster Cummings for spending 6 minutes trying to tell Honorable Senator David Nakhid that the programs that he spoke about did not give certificates of participation, and going around in a circle and admitting that those programs, after being completed, 74,000 for 3 months, all the children got was a certificate of participation. That was a good 7 minutes. I'd like the PNM, please, I'm begging, I'm beseeching you all. When a situation occurred in a country where 5,000 citizens have died, stop calling it a success. Stop calling COVID-19 a success. We are 2 islands surrounded by pristine salt water. No COVID infection came through our airport, not one. Yet 5,000 people died. Why? Because you failed to secure the border. You shut out the whole country. Citizens couldn't come home. You closed down open fire cremation. but 5,000 people died. Stop claiming it was a success. That really irks every citizen of this country. That is really unfortunate, and I beg you all to stop it. I am glad Senator Foster Cummings, I am sure former principal of Fatima College, the honorable former president of Tutor, the former minister of education, the honorable Anthony Garcia would love that you refer to him as young in that youth program. I'm sure he was listening. Senator Foster Cummings stood there, and I was sat in amazement. There's one of two things, Senator Cummings. I took your presentation in word for word verbatim. I don't think you were being disingenuous. I could see some passion and some heartfelt feeling about your trials and tribulations. Well, if you were not being disingenuous, then it must have been very hard to sit in a government that treated our nation's children so badly, because you sat in a cabinet that took away laptops. They cut gate from 726 million down to 285 million. They took away computers, they took away textbook, they took away food card from people, they took away school feeding, cut it from 76,000 by 2 meals per day down to 48,000. They took away PAN in schools. They took away support they cut funding to UTT, COSTAT, MIC, NESC. They closed THTTI, that we can't even train people to work in hospitality. They took grants from the differently able. They took baby milk grant, and they kept the children's hospital closed. These things must have pained you to sit in that cabinet in a government that hurt people like that, because if I am to take you at your word today, I would believe that you would not want to be on that side anymore, that you could not stand to be in that PNM, that you could not fathom to be in a government that treated people and citizens so poorly, that produced and pushed a philosophy of a new society. Wean yourself off the government. So I understand and I feel your pain, Honorable Senator Foster Cummings. Senator Faris Al-Rawi, he stated conclusions today. It was amazing. Conclusions about Venkat from a report that he had not seen, quoting that the report came to conclusions that he never read. This is an amazing place to be in a Senate where people could just come here and debate anything that pops in their head. And then after that he said, I have heard. He wants to clarify after, that's fine. He doesn't have to disturb me. Then he said, if he had the report, well, read it. Yeah, not 49.2, 42.9, yes. Anyway, he also made arguments about he has heard. So while he is invoking 42.9, I want him to tell the Senate what he heard, where he heard it about forestry workers being fired and other workers being fired. What's the standard of debate in this Senate, this Honorable Senate, about what we heard? I heard plenty things about the Honorable Senator. You want me to come here and talk that? I will not. I will talk it outside. The Honorable Senator Faris Al-Rawi is really the new Adrian Cola Rienzi. I see it here today. A man fighting for the rights of labor, the downtrodden. He can go and stand alongside Bastio Pandey and Uriah Buzz Butler and all of those who were beaten and battered for the rights of the poor and downtrodden. I was inspired by his care and love as he stood in his very expensive tight suit and talked about poor people while he was in a cabinet, recusing himself 100 times. 100 times, over 100 times, recusing. And here I have to hear that he was there to fight for the poor people. Well, okay. He also, the Honorable Senator, did some mathematics. And I know after it must hurt him that someone replaced him at the Attorney General's office who never took mathematics, who failed mathematics at O-level and never took the exam. But he tried to say that the United National Congress, this government, is talking about contractors. And when he added up the contractors across the country, he reached up to about 600 or 700 because there are only 360 contractors. What he failed to tell the population, and I will tell them as it's live, that every contractor has a minimum of 2 crews to 3 crews. So what the numbers are is the number of teams that are deployed to work in a constituency. So when you see 12, it might be 6 contractors with 2 teams, or it might be 4 contractors with 3 teams. So the numbers that are out there, factual numbers, are about teams of human beings in the CPEP program. Senator Al-Rawi also did an amazing thing today. I now know that the PNM is divided more than a Lego set and a 5-year-old finished building and throwing it on the living room floor, because the senator went through to defend his legal fees. He dissected the PNM's term of office, the 9.5 years. He extricated himself and started to talk about legal fees and value for money and so on, leaving his other attorneys general in the lurch. The other one who followed him, and the other one who only had a little kobo sweat. I could not understand that, because when they went for election, I thought it was Team PNM. But it looks like Team PNM has disintegrated because the people have rejected all different parts of the PNM. Now, let me move on a bit to Senator Melanie Roberts-Radgman. Good name, Senator. Let me just say first and foremost, if you're talking about efficient use of taxpayers' money, and you mentioned Scarborough Hospital, how beautiful it is, say thank you, UNC, thank you, Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar, because it was Kamla Persad-Bissessar and her government that finally finished that Scarborough Hospital, where material was just disappearing to build apartments. And if Gate is good, Senator Roberts, then say thank you, Bastio Pandey, because it started with dollar for dollar. Before that, only rich people could go to university. And if you say that the Sea Bridge, the PNM finally fixed the Sea Bridge through procurement from ministers, whether it was purchasing a slow ferry called the Galleon's Passage for a port yet to be built in Grandi, Toko Sangre Grandi, to go to Tobago, that slow boat to China called the Galleon's Passage, $120 million wasted by a PNM cabinet committee, or whether it is prime ministerial and ministerial procurement of vessels from Ostal and Incat. You must remember that the Sea Bridge collapsed and Tobago was cut off from the rest of the world in 2017 because of decisions taken by the PNM to remove the Canadian company that was maintaining the Express and Spirit purchased by Patrick Mervyn, Augustus Manning, that were functioning beautifully, to replace it with a PNM contractor of a member of the board of the Port Authority, Magellan. Then these 2 vessels started to break down and Tobagonians had to put their goods on a barge. When the bananas green fig went on from Trinidad, by the time the barge reached, it ripe plantain. If you recall that, then you would understand the torture that Tobagonians went through under PNM. Because I am half a Tobagonian. If you do not know, I just say it proudly. You said, Senator, that this appropriation, supplemental appropriation bill, shows no love for Tobago, none whatsoever. Well, I must say I agree with you. This appropriation really shows no love, no respect, no thought for Tobago. I see Senator Dan Paul laughing because he knows exactly where I'm going. Because this appropriation is the appropriation of the PNM. Anyone who understands governance understands that when an election is called in the mid of the budgetary process on April 28, with 35 days of campaigning, these numbers, these figures were all prepared by the previous government, the PNM government. So if Tobago is disrespected, that is true, because this appropriation is PNM, and that's why Tobago rejected PNM in the THA, rejected them in the constituency, and will continue to reject them. The other part of it was the Honorable Senator and others said the PNM does not under budget. This is normal. Supplementary appropriation is normal. That's true. But you see again, former Permanent Secretary smiling. He knows where I go in. Because a budget done by a Ministry of Finance is done by very intelligent people, brilliant people, people with finance degrees, mathematicians, intelligent. They know, especially with recurrent expenditure, they get that nearly exact. Appropriation is really for things that could not be predicted, events that occurred, and you come out of the budget, and normally you come for a little appropriation. Maybe there was some flooding, maybe there was an emergency, maybe there were price shocks in globally, the war broke out or something, and the Strait of Hormuz was closed, and pressure, so you had to come for a supplementary appropriation. This PNM government, under that PNM Minister of Finance for 9.5 years, created a new philosophy and theory in budgeting. Underestimate, don't put all what is necessary to give the impression originally at the onset of the budget that the deficit is smaller than it will be, knowing full well that they come in here to appropriate. For example, I won't bore you with 20 examples, Mr. President. 40 minutes is a short time for me, right? But let me give you 2 examples. And the Honorable former Permanent Secretary will know that, for example, Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, Drainage Division, rental payments of vehicles. In 2023, you spend 93.9 million, right? But in 2024, your budget 50 million. You know full well the vehicles didn't just disappear. They go, you have a certain rental, you know that it's going to be closer to the 93. So your budget 43.9 million short, and then come in for the appropriation, 49 million. That is under budgeting, Senator. That is games playing. That is the idea of a government who knows that they got an economy in 2015 September, AAA plus rating. And they shattered that rating down to BBB minus, nearly heading to C. They even had to change rating agencies because a rating agency was going to do the truth. They would change our rating agencies, and you know, rating agencies, they charge fees and so on. So you get a little boost. So you then have different people were questioning, but the Honorable Senator, former Minister of Finance for a little time, a little Kobo sweat, we call that, in Trinidad and Tobago, he got a Kobo sweat. He didn't even get to sit down in the chair good. The other minister he replaced went by public utilities and fixed up a whole floor for one day, 1.3 million. He didn't fix no floor. He was happy to sit down in whatever chair he get. It's just that he didn't sit long. He just sip a little turmeric tea, and next thing you know, he out. However, this honorable minister knows full well that when you're budgeting and you're moving forward, that you should understand what you are doing. And he knows that this government here, this appropriation that comes, for example, Head 26, Ministry of Education, school supplies and book grants. These things don't change dramatically. Every year we know we have 18,964 children to 19,200 and something taking SEA. And that's how we move. Our population statistics have not been, especially since Venezuelan children were not really matriculated and so on. There's no real change. So budgeting for school supplies should be quite simple, a simple calculation. But in 2023, they spent nil. I don't know how Minister Cummings was in the government. How could you spend nil on children's school supplies and book grant? That must have hurt you. You must have been arguing in that cabinet. Come on, cabinet. We must stop renting buildings from our colleagues and give children books. That is what Minister Cummings must have been saying. In 2024, nil. 2024, they came to the midterm. After allocating nil, they come to ask for 20 million. And in 2025, they budget nil, but come halfway to ask for the 20. Madam Senator Melanie Roberts-Radgman, do you understand now that that previous government, of which you did not know much about, used to do exactly what I'm telling you? They under-budgeted to give a political picture that everything was okay, everything was rosy, the country was not crashing, the economy was not crashing, the deficit was manageable, and that they were doing well when they were mamaguying the population right through, decimating our economy and sucking the treasury empty. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition said, and it's echoed here by some PNM members, I don't know which PNM A, B, C, or D, but all of them put together, the whole alphabet can't even fill City Hall. So the Leader of the Opposition said there was no economic crash. But that's the leader of the wimpy, cowardly, conflicted, confused, chaotic, and corrupt PNM. Because to say that, that there was no economic crash, if you really live here in Trinidad and Tobago, if you read reports from the central bank, if you read the economic bulletins and study it, you will have to understand that this PNM did not take us into recession, you know. They took us into a depression over the last 9.5, and I'm not talking about depression that you're still feeling, from April 28. You don't want to come out before you dress up. You had to psych up yourself to walk outside in the hot sun. I'm not talking about that kind of depression. I'm talking about an economic depression, which some people have defined as a 10 to 20% decline in your gross domestic product.
17.5.
17.5. Right. Well, when you calculate, over the last 10 years of PNM, our economy has shrunk by 17.89%, putting us into a depression. The Leader of the Opposition comes to say in 2024, we got 2 quarters of growth. If you have a big balloon like this, and you shrink it down to this size, and then you pump it up, and it reaches here, that does not mean you got growth. And it's unbelievable. Let me now tell you, let me give you some figures to show that it was not only a crash, it's a crash-berry depression. When you talk about it, I'll give you some definitions for the population out there. A depression involves a dramatic decrease in a country's gross domestic product. Its factors are high unemployment, job losses are widespread and sustained, leading to high unemployment rates, reduced consumer spending. People have less money to spend due to job losses and income declines, further impacting the economy. Low investment. Business reduces halt investment due to uncertainty and lack of demand. Unlike a recession, a depression can last for years and requires significant government intervention to recover. The Minister of Trade would let you know that for 4 years straight, we've had negative foreign direct investment. That means people money running away from Trinidad and Tobago as opposed to coming here to invest. Let me give you some little statistics, because we come here and Adrian Kola reinvented talking about CPEP workers. There's an audit going on. Program and employment will come. Kamala Persad Bisesa does not talk. She believes in labor. When she was Prime Minister before, you know, statistics and facts are hard things. When Kamala Persad Bisesa, the member for Superior, was Prime Minister before, the PNM previously, under Patrick Manning, who we saw a little version of him here today, you know, not with the facts and so on, but with the movements, and I thought I was watching a movie. But they went through a boom, as the Honorable Minister of Labor said, in 2004, 2005, prices went up $13.89 per MMBTU. Oil price went up to $145 a barrel until 2008. And that PNM government was telling the citizens, tighten their belt. But this situation cannot continue, Because when Kamla Persad Bissessa came in with lower revenues than 2004 to 2007 and a half, she completed 143 wage negotiations. I see you saying no, but it is absolutely true. Go and check it. And in 2001, 1818 to 2010, they did no negotiation with any labor union. Hilton workers, when we came in 2012 and 13, were working on 2003 salary. All of this was handled by Kamla Persad Bissessa. When the PNM came back now, their big thing was, oh my goodness, the wage bill to pay human beings was $5 billion. Oh my God, what a tragedy. It hurt the PNM to take money to pay workers. But today, everything is worker, worker, worker. The people do not believe you. They have seen your actions. They know who you are, and they will not be fooled. So let me give you some little statistics here. Labor force participation rate, for example, right? 2014, Kamla Persad Bissessa, 61.9%. 2015, Kamla Persad Bissessa for 8 months, and then a little PNM from September, 60.6. Then the PNM really take control of the economy now. Let's see what happened to labor force participation. 2017, 59.2, 2018, 59.1, 2019, 57.3, 2020, 55.9, 2021, 54.8. COVID, that was COVID now, 55.9, 54.8, 2022, 55. But the problem is they all talk about COVID. You know something? These statistics show that PNM by itself worse than COVID. Because the drop under PNM between 2015 to 2019 was a drop of -5% in labor force participation rate. During the COVID pandemic, when things shut down, the labor force participation rate only dropped by -2.3%. PNM worse than COVID. They say it's no crash. No crash, no economic crash, everything good. Well, let's check again. Let's check some CSO statistics. I should have bring my glasses, this thing prints small. Right? The GDP from 2012 constant indicators, right? 2012 constant prices. To show an overall drop in the GDP from at 2012 constant prices, from 2015 to 2023, a drop of from 187 billion in 2014 overall. You can't use constant prices. You don't want to, okay, I wouldn't use constant prices. You don't want to use constant prices. So we didn't have a crash. The economy didn't go down by 17.8%. Well, let me use energy. And aren't we an energy industries, an energy economy that PNM says no matter what, no matter how bright we are, we can't diversify, even though every time the PNM comes out of office, our government starts to take us along the continuum of diversification, and then poof, the magic dragon of blight, the PNM returns and carries us right back down where we were heading. So let me try energy then, because energy is very important. 2015, oil production, barrels per day, 78,600, right? 2023, 53,726, a drop by the PNM of 31%. Natural gas production, BCF per day, 2015, just under UNC, Honorable Kamla Persad Bissessa, member for Siparia, 3.8 BCF per day. PNM, after a long run, 2.6 BCF, billions of cubic feet, that is it. That's a huge drop. LNG production, Kamla Persad Bissessa, Prime Minister, Siparia, 28.9 million cubic meters per year. PNM, half, a drop of 42%, 17.5. ammonia, methanol, drilling activity, rig days, which is work. You would know that. Money, taxation into the coffers. Under Kamla Persad Bissessa, 2,849 rig days. Under the PNM in 2023, 1,227. If you don't call that a crash, I don't know what to call it again. We have to create a new adjective for you and the PNM. Jobs in the energy sector. Jobs in the energy sector. That's jobs, persons with jobs, because we have everything here, CPEP and jobs. This is real jobs. This is jobs with 30,000 a month, 35,000 a month, 20,000 a month. This is real high-paying jobs. Let's see what the PNM did with them high-paying jobs. Kamla Persad Bissessa, member for Siparia 2015, 20,500 high-paying energy sector jobs. 2023 PNM, 10,400. Half gone home at high-paying jobs. But we have our landlord here coming here today to tell us that he is a champion of CPEP workers. After they forced them into a maxi taxi to go and hear a man who they selected to be prime minister bore them to death in a meeting. That is what them doing and telling me about they love people. Anybody who could force somebody to listen to a PNM meeting could only be very bordering on criminal. That is mischief. That is wickedness to do people that. But we warn them, you know. Mr. President, we warn them, you know. I don't like to do this, you know, but we had to tell them because I can't bring you in the debate, so I had to use myself because we warned them. This was in 2024. The 19th of February, we were debating, a $10 billion increase in the overdraft loan limit because the Minister of Finance said, well, I just want to increase this. We are spending it. We're not using it, but I just want to increase the limit, right? That's why the honorable member, the Senator Dan Paul, could smile because he came here earlier in this week, was asking questions of the minister in the Ministry of Finance about May, and so on. What was the deficit? Nobody know the deficit better than that. The Kobo-Swet Minister of Finance who was there, he budgeted, he knew it, he knew the numbers, he knows how much we had to borrow in order to keep the economy afloat because he crashed it. He crashed. You see what's going on? He extricated himself, sorry, Mr. President. He didn't crash it. His team crashed it. You see what's going on here today? Everybody taking out themselves. The former Attorney General said, well, not me, nah. When I was there, I bring value for money. Now, the Kobo-Swet Minister of Finance said, I didn't crash it. It was the one before me. Oh, God! Well, yes. Well, boy, Mr. President, let me stay focused. Time running. And we're talking about deficits. And we warned you. And the PNM policy of collapse, right? That is where she's spending money, talking about, they always want to know where Kamla Persad Bissessa spending money. They like to come and make up fantasy about this government going to go to the IMF and so on. The only reason in 9.5 years that the PNM didn't go and borrow money from the IMF was that the former Prime Minister and the People's Partnership government left so much money in reserve, so much money in the heritage and stabilization, such a high credit rating that they could borrow, they could dip in the heritage and stabilization, and they could fund through domestic and international markets because of Kamla Persad Bissessa. If she had not left the economy so healthy, they would have been in the IMF already because they were talking about IMF. The PNM implemented IMF prescriptions since 2017. What are some of those prescriptions? Cut public sector wage bill. Contract workers were sent home, 700 and 20 from TSTT, 300 IT workers from the Ministry of Education. E-Tech shut down. This one cut here, did not renew, cut OJT, cut programs, 75 sport development officers sent home. And then you know what the PNM says? Well, we didn't send home anyone on the establishment, therefore, we didn't send home anybody. That is illogical and wrong. They fired more people than the Great Depression in 1933. And when you and the PNM could come and talk, I quoted from myself, unfortunately, Mr. President, I would have preferred to use you, but I can't bring you into the debate. Today, they admitted in 2022 that the deficit was the largest in history of not only Trinidad and Tobago, but the Caribbean at $17 billion. The truth dropped out his mouth today, not yours, the former Minister of Finance. You were in England eating scones and sipping tea. Yes. Global shocks and COVID-19, all of these things should be dealt with in the budgetary process. You do not just put some numbers together. You see, Honorable Senator Roberts, if you pay attention, you see, you could learn from your colleague, you know. We were telling them that they were manufacturing budgets, bringing fake numbers, playing games, and then coming for supplementary appropriation for recurrent expenditure and things that should have been calculated previously. We were telling them that, so I'm just showing them that we're not making this up now. You have to use your brain. No. Of course there will be, but it will not be a mid-year supplemental appropriation in your vein. We will not under budget on purpose to come back here and do that. We will budget properly, and when we come, if we come, that will be for new programs, for instances that were not predicted before, or natural disasters, assistance, and so on. It will not be for, I have 23 employees at 13,000, I need X amount, but I budget half X and then come halfway for the next half. It will not be that. That is PNM Mamagizam. Where the alternate revenue sources and create a budget that makes sense. Peg your budget somewhere that you can believe. But when this minister, not you, the former minister member for Diego Martin Northeast, said that he needed a crystal ball to know what the prices of oil and gas would have gone below where he pegged the budget, he did not need any crystal ball. All you had to do was listen to Wade Mark, listen to Senator Roberts over on this side, when he budgeted at $91 per barrel and the price was up at $92 a barrel. That brings me to another point. Every minister in the history of Trinidad and Tobago would always leave a gap, a buffer. So when the intelligent people in the ministry predict oil and gas prices, they will budget, if they feel it's going to stay up at $85, they will budget somewhere at 65, 70. But not this PNM. This PNM crane. You see, when you budget properly, anything 10% above, anytime you budget and it goes 10% above what you pegged your budget at, that had to go into the savings for children. PNM don't want the children to have no savings. They wanted to spend out every cent because they had to have recusals. They had to build car park. They had to build useless buildings for health facility without medicine. They had to open a hospital that didn't even have gypsum. They fixed up one floor. That's what the PNM had to do. That is not fiscal responsibility. That is corruption, and that has decimated our economy. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about some fiscal responsibility here. Ooh, I'll have to talk fast about it. In my hands here, I hold something that epitomizes what the PNM has done in nearly every ministry across the board. I have here a PNM magic potion, that a contract that was tendered and the winning bid price was $3.6 million. It ballooned over a period of 7 years from $3.6 million to $35 million. The tender only lasted a year, but the contract was awarded and continued and varied and upgraded for 7 years without going back to tender. The project changed so much It moved from 3.6 million to 35 million. But the PNM said, you won the tender at 3.6, you go ahead. Furthermore, it was, let me tell you all what it was. For the Bonaire West wastewater treatment plant, it was budgeted for a certain flow, approximately 1,700 cubic meters per day. While the time wasted and went, and this contractor, I don't know who is CME, but the Attorney General will find out. As years went on, the scope was then increased, not by the HDC, but by the contractor himself. So imagine a contractor who has not done the work yet, has not been paid. He won a tender, but the tender period passed. They say that the tender would be valid till January 2018. He then say, well, listen now, the scope, only build some more house there. We have to increase this. I give you all three options. WASA then comes in, and you will see what constituency this is, Bonaire West. So you only know who to ask. And he's not really marvelous, but ask him. WASA says that they did testing, and the maximum flow per day is 2,817 cubic meters. So they ask the same contractor who tendered previously, they say, listen, well, this gone up like this. The contractor then tells the HCC, well, WASA say maximum flow is 28 something. I go give you a project for 3,500 cubic meters per day. And I give you a cost of 19 million. So the contractor now giving the HDC under the PNM, the contracted price of 19 million. You know what the HDC under this current managing director did? Well, we see your price 19 million. We raise it 10. And we will pay you 29 million plus the 35 million from before, the 3.5 million, to give you a total award of 35 million. It is all here, documented word for word of PNM, fiscal responsibility, you call that. Fiscal conservatism, right? And on top of that, with no kind of concept of propriety, righteousness, value for money. If a project does not get off the ground, one would suggest, and the procurement rules would suggest, you cancel that, you do a new scope of works, and you tender again, and everybody compete. That is normal, but not under PNM. CME must be somebody. Me, I know who is CME. The police will find out who is CME. But CME win a contract in 2018 for $3.6 million and end up right now, this government had to pay some 34, they pay 9 million, they have 24 million more to pay. For what? We don't know. But of course the engineers will be sent, a report will be done on what work was done, what was not done, and those who have to pay will pay, because 1 minute. It reminds me of PNM in 2009. The Hasey Crawford Stadium roof was the bid for a certain size of roof, and they bid a certain price. And then miraculously, the Hasey Crawford roof grew, and the contractor raised the bid, and the sport company under the PNM then paid it. Here it is, that the flow of water, WASA is saying, is 2,900 maximum, average is 2,200 cubic meters per day. But a contractor who won a contract way back in 2018, saying in 2024, we will build a flow system for 3,500 cubic meters. Corruption, PNM style. This is why we are here, and you will remain there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for recognizing me and affording the opportunity to participate in this debate, which has been going on for some time, for several days, with numerous participants from the government side, the opposition bench, and to my recollection, one contributor from the bench of independent voices. Mr. President, in the last week, we have come together as a Senate and treated with a number of important issues of law. There were points during that period when there was a sense of genuine collaboration, both on the floor and in committee stage. But in this debate, as would have been predictable, as generally is the history of these budget debates, appropriation debates, we moved a bit from law to politics, in the most vernacular use of the word, politics, where there have been a lot of exchanges, principally from the government side, some from other speakers, which were really purely political in nature, a lot of use of the names of political parties, the names of individuals, and accusations just flying left, right, and center. And I'm tempted to be pleased that the school children who were with us during this session were with us during the examinations of the law, and not for these political presentations. Particularly the last two from the government side, Senators David Nakhid, who is a minister in the Ministry of Sport, Parliamentary, thank you for the correction, Parliamentary Secretary, and Minister in the Ministry of, with responsibility for housing, Senator the Honorable Anil Roberts. But Mr. Speaker, before I get into some rebuttal points, I just want to say that I listened to all of the presentations, and it is apparent to me and to a number of other observers that this government is suffering from a high degree of newness to office in Trinidad and Tobago. Very often, and I've been a part of this type of debate on many occasions, very often the admonition to government presenters is to use the opportunity to present your plans and programs and vision for your sector. But Mr. President, I heard precious little of that, with just a few exceptional examples. In the main, the government has been speaking in this debate as though they are still the opposition party in Trinidad and Tobago. And I know that is a point that has not escaped many observers. It is almost as if they are still campaigning for the 2025 general election, which has already been decided and determined. And they are now seated on the north side of the aisle. We are seated on the south side of the aisle, Mr. President. And we recognize this. We embrace the democracy, but we are comforted by their history of never lasting more than 5 years in the seat of governance in this country in any one period of time, and our history in the People's National Movement of always, without exception, returning to government at the soonest possible electoral opportunity. That is the history that we share with respect to the politics of Trinidad and Tobago, and there is no reason to believe that this case will be any different. So that's why I said before, and I'll say it again, by the year 2030 or before, there will be an exchange of positions once again. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, it appeared that some of the presenters on the government side were genuinely unprepared for that type of presentation, to give the population, many would have recently voted for them, installed them into office with high hopes, with hopes and expectations of something better, more lofty, more connected to the priorities of ordinary people, and would have been listening in this debate for elements of a vision, a governmental vision for the country. We didn't hear much of that at all. They would have been listening for elements of specific plans and programs in key sectors that they would have complained about when they were in opposition. But we didn't hear any of that during the course of this debate. And I wonder what the observers in the national space and even our independent senators, who by and large have been spectators in this exchange, would be thinking about what's in store in the politics of this country over the next 5 years. So there was a lot of rhetoric and a lot of what I would diplomatically describe as sloganism. And the message to colleagues in the government is sloganism is not a substitute for vision. Offering the country sloganism is not a substitute for offering a vision for Trinidad and Tobago. So let's see how far they get with that. In contrast, every contributor from the People's National Movement bench has spoken calmly, with decorum, with dignity, clearly connected to strong PNM education background, very enlightened, and all products not just of a laptop, but of a legacy of People's National Movement development of Trinidad and Tobago. I heard several references, including the last presenter, minister in the ministry with responsibility for housing, of the economy crash. We are in a crashed economy, etc. Probably laying the foundation for excuses a little further down the road. But again, speaking with the same negativity as they did when they were in opposition, not recognizing that now in government, when a minister speaks, the words have a different weight, a different meaning and impact, and in a sense, because they're perpetrating a myth, but the myth does more damage when they are in government. So it really is a paradox, where now they are the custodians of the economy and are still, it's like a cognitive echo, still repeating those damaging myths that the economy is crashed and basically continuing to do damage to the economy. It's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, but every time those references are made, they find their way into reports, sometimes newspaper articles, sometimes the diplomatic corps would compile reports for their capitals. And so there's a migration of that folly to high levels in other capitals, sometimes capitals that might wish to do business with Trinidad and Tobago. I was very heartened by some of the comments of the minister with responsibility for trade, investment, and tourism. I got it correct. And I'm glad to hear those potentials, but that trajectory is not strengthened. In fact, it is rather weakened when we perpetrate those very negative and untrue descriptives of the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. And Senator Dan Paul took great pains during his initial response to lay out the truthful position of our national economy. And if anything the government could learn from this exchange, it would probably be to print the Hansard of Senator Dan Paul's contribution and start to borrow some of the truthful references to our national economy. It would serve us all in good stead. So they've been sounding a lot as if they're still in opposition, still campaigning for a general election that has already been decided, and didn't seem to take cognizance that there's nothing new about an appropriation bill, Mr. President, and certainly nothing new about a supplemental appropriation bill to make adjustment to the Appropriation Act. That is part and parcel of the business of these chambers, has happened year after year after year, and as Senator Dan Paul indicated during some informal exchanges across the floor, will happen next year, and the year after that, and then the year after that. So to posit this as something unusual and the fact that we are here as an indictment on the other side is just empty political noise with no merit or value whatsoever. So give your plans, give your vision. This was an opportunity that has escaped the government. It is my hope that during the actual budget debate in a few months, they may by then be in a position to offer the citizens something a little more enlightening. Speaking of enlightenment, I want to share a few comments in response to the minister with responsibility for tertiary education, who we haven't heard much from before today, but I was very pleased to hear him speak at some length on his sector. He was one of the government presenters who attempted to give some examples of plans and wasn't as pejorative in some of his utterances. But I heard him maybe offering something to his chairing section, make reference to, well, he offered a claim that there was intellectual bankruptcy in the tertiary education sector under the PNM. If I heard the term correctly, he's smiling, he's not shaking his head. Mr. President, I'm speaking to you. Intellectual bankruptcy in the tertiary education sector under the PNM. Mr. President, that descriptive is really bad news for him, the honorable senator, because his brain, his good brain, was a key part of that sector under the People's National Movement. As the president of the University of Trinidad and Tobago, further evidence of our broad national embrace and recognition of talent. But for him now to turn around and offer such a negative commentary on the intellectual capacity of a sector that he was a key part of was really an unfortunate choice on his behalf. And rather than use the opportunity to anyway denigrate the senator, I would say that he was actually wrong, and his good brain was a part of a great sector under the People's National Movement. And I actually thank him for his service in that regard. The Minister of Labor is now becoming a veteran speaker in the Senate already. I think he's spoken on every matter that has arisen. I see. I wouldn't refer to you, Mr. President, but it's good. We have another trade unionist who's rising in the ranks of the parliamentary system of Trinidad and Tobago. But again, after offering some useful comments for our consideration, couldn't help but yield to the temptation, maybe playing to the desk-pounding section, to say that we are in a good place today. We are in a good place today with the UNC. Mr. President, if you open any newspaper in Trinidad and Tobago, it would really cause you to question that characterization of the Minister of Labor. So he may be speaking on behalf of himself and colleagues who've recently been elevated to ministerial roles and parliamentary secretarial roles, many for the first time in their lives. Some of them speak as if they still can't believe that they're in those roles, but fair enough. He may be speaking on their behalf. But for many of the ordinary citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, the wiser ones would expect some time before detectable changes in their circumstance, whether for better or for worse. But many, let's face it, many who would have voted would have had an expectation that as we stand here on the 1st of July, their lives would have been improved in some form or fashion. But I can say without fear of contradiction that certainly the 11,000 CPEP workers who abruptly, without notice or a landing pad or a safety net, have found themselves on the breadline. Some of them have, after having voted for this very government, they are not in a good place today. I can say on behalf of the TTRA staff who have now been negatively affected by the decisions of this government, they are not in a good place today. I can say on behalf of the reforestation workers, again, finding themselves and their families on the breadline, notwithstanding the pro-worker rhetoric, they are not in a good place today. I can say on behalf of the many public servants who are expecting as a priority of this government in short order, first order of business, to benefit from a magical 10% improvement in their remuneration and circumstances. They are not in a good place today, and many of them, for them, the reality is already sinking in that that was just an election gimmick designed to extract a vote out of them, and the government has already moved on. For those who thought the potholes, there would be some program to fill potholes as some kind of priority action, because that was an election issue. Their circumstances have not changed either, and that affects all of us. And of course, the RHA workers, another example, not in a good place today. And of course, the citizens of this country who would have been paying attention to the pronouncements of this government, who would have been listening to this debate, anticipating in the Senate that there would be due reflection on the number one priority of our citizens, maybe for years now, the crime situation in Trinidad and Tobago. Those citizens are not in a good place today, because if you compile the quantum of reflection from the government on this priority matter of our citizens in this supplemental appropriation exchange, it was absolutely nothing at all. And that speaks to an early disconnection by a new government with the priorities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. How many meetings of the National Security Council has this government convened? And the answer is possibly none. How many meetings on crime has the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago presided over, convened and convened to treat with this national priority? So just because an election has occurred and offices have been, individuals have been elevated to offices with personal staff and the other benefits, some appear not to have received some of their benefits as yet, but I see that earnest efforts are being made to address that. The question is for the ordinary citizens, are their priorities, particularly with respect to violent crime, being reflected in what the government is saying to them today? My position is that those priorities are not being reflected. So there's a lot of empty political reportage, rhetoric, a fair degree of personal attacks, but this opposition is not afraid of them or anything that they might wish to say, and we will always respond with the level that we believe the Senate deserves. And Senator Foster Cummings gave a very good example of that, mischaracterized as a Patrick Manning Part 2 by one of the preceding speakers. But I would not characterize the contribution of Senator Cummings as Part 2 of any former legacy, but really Part 1 of a new great legacy in the politics of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. President, I want to move on a little bit, but on the issue, you know, unfortunately, using Not unfortunately. Mr. President, it's difficult to concentrate when a conversation is taking place. So, yeah. So, Mr. President, the Minister of Labor, again, this thing about we're in a good place. As we were here contributing to this debate, I was sent a piece of correspondence under the letterhead of the Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, addressed, this letter, I won't waive it, but I will refer to it, addressed to all regional managers, heads of department, and all members of staff of the Unemployment Relief Program. From the Deputy Program Manager of Administration, dated July 1st, 2025, under the subject, late payment of monthly paid salaries. Again, in reflection of the dilemma presented in this debate, the personal dilemma presented in this debate by the leader of government business. He's struggling to get his salary. It's one of the shortest letters I've ever seen from a government department. One sentence with reference to the, so I'm quoting now, with reference to the subject at captioned, with reference to the subject at captioned, please note salaries for all monthly paid staff of the Unemployment Relief Program would be late. Thank you in advance for your understanding, respectfully unsigned. So today we've started a new month in July. All of these workers have now received this one line without explanation, without comfort, without recourse, without any banker calling and intervening. This is not from the bank. This is from the employer, the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And I dare say, in addition to all the other categories we in the opposition have referred to in this debate, we have to add these unfortunate workers who do not know when they would be able to put a bag of groceries on their table or the payment for their whatever obligations they and their family members may have. So when we speak about connection to the priorities of the citizens, these are some of the things we're speaking about, not to throw the government into depression or make them feel bad about the first few months of their service, but to let them know that there's an opposition that's awake and alive in Trinidad and Tobago, however they might want to mischaracterize us. And we will hold them to account, and we will be a voice, the eyes and ears of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and where appropriate, in the right manner, we will bring these issues right here to the Parliament, and there's nothing they can do about it but respond and react, hopefully, to the benefit of the citizens. So as we're on brief mention of the leader of government business, who gave his, I think it was his maiden contribution in this particular debate, it was brief as is his sovereign right to determine the duration of his contribution, but the good senator used much of his time not to give an account of his ministerial portfolio, because he is a minister in a very important ministry. And there have been questions as to what aspect of that ministry fall under the senator's direct responsibility, what aspects of the office of the Prime Minister the senator might be in a position to report to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to account for, to present with respect to plans, future allocation, what we might expect in the upcoming budget, the next fiscal year. Unfortunately, we were treated to none of that, Mr. President. What we received during much of that time was a detailed recounting of the senator's personal experience with not getting his salary on time. And I always try to be charitable in my reflections. So I was anticipating at the end of that recounting, there would have been some grand point to be made as this has happened, and therefore I will be intervening with this other category because I now know how it is. But
personally understand.
I didn't hear that connection, and it wasn't because he ran out of time. So up to now, I don't know what the point was that was being made, except I want my money now. He didn't get his pay. But I'm speaking about a maiden, a first contribution. So I don't want to be uncharitable. What I would say, Mr. President, second, so right, number two, what I would say is that I can empathize, and many of us, when you're in the public service or treating with the public service, from time to time, you will have those experiences, but you have to put that, Mr. President, against the lived reality of many ordinary people who don't have a permanent secretary to react and respond to, who don't have drivers and personal assistants to assist with filing or preparing a letter, and who, by and large, are left on their own to face letters of delay, to face letters of termination, to face circumstances that the government has not been speaking to at all, has not been addressing, even with respect to the Minister of Labor. And they're basically left to speculate about their future. And that is not what any government is elected to do, especially in the first few months. So I wouldn't dwell on any further on that contribution, except to say that I do feel a sense of empathy with the plight. Maybe that's part of newness as well. And once the bank settles with respect to the new circumstance of the senator, I'm confident that things will flow properly from there. Mr. President, one of the lessons coming out of that, though, is who knows it, feels it. And sometimes you have to live an experience to understand the circumstance of others. We had a reflection from Senator Janelle John Bates of her experience in the public health sector of Trinidad and Tobago. And I would say confidently that unless you are a participant or your spouse is a participant in the public antenatal service in Trinidad and Tobago, you wouldn't really understand what the experience is. And unless your child is born on the labor ward of a general hospital in Trinidad and Tobago in the public health service, as some of us can attest to, you wouldn't really know what that experience entails. Who knows it, feels it. And Mr. President, unless you experience discomfort or disquiet or a lack of a salary or speculation about your future as a citizen of this country, your future, your ability to put bread on the table for your family, who knows it, feels it. So, Mr. President, we find ourselves in opposition, and right now we are experiencing some of the challenges that politicians experience when in opposition. So yes, who knows it, feels it. And sometimes the government says with a kind of boast, there's a reason you're on the other side. Yes, Mr. President, we are aware of that. But what we are committed to is to take our medicine, to learn our lessons, to build, to come back stronger and better than ever before, to connect fully and fulsomely with the priorities of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, to ensure that those priorities are reflected in everything that we do and say, and at the next electoral opportunity, we have every confidence that we will be the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah. And some who are in the government will be in the opposition. Some of them were not even in opposition before, you know. You're aware of that. Some of them weren't even in opposition. But as anyway, I'll treat with those matters a little further. Should I go on to Senator Nakhid? I don't know. It might be too much to expect anything resembling a senatorial tone. It might be too much to expect. But if you're listening for a word on policy toward the youth or sport in general or World Cup qualifying campaign to come or any reflection on the state of sport in Trinidad and Tobago, what we did here is a comment about UK visas. I suspect, not related to the bill, but in the wide course of these debates may be understandable. But the response to that, Mr. President, is that in the public record on the 13th of May 2025, the now Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, who, yes, probably knows he is the minister and has no competition for who is the minister. On the 13th of May 2025, that minister is reported in all of the daily newspapers as self-identifying as having found a solution. Yeah. Former High Commissioner, having found a solution to the UK visa issue. Mr. President, it is now the 1st of July. The minister had said tomorrow, on that day he had said, tomorrow I'm going to cabinet with the solution to get it approved, and here we go. Mr. President, since then, citizens continue to contact current office holders and former office holders with queries and questions. Has the solution been in place? Do I still have to pay for a visa? Do I still have to make an appointment? The media has been asking questions. The talk shows have been asking questions. Do you know how much we've heard from the minister on that issue as raised by a senator in this debate? Not one single word. Not even to say, I was wrong. I set up some people. I set up myself. And there's no solution forthcoming, or at least none in the immediate period, and which should have been the reference, as we had said before the election, there's a commitment on the UK government side to review this matter during the course of 2025. So maybe we'd file all of that under newness, but I didn't think it was wise of the government to raise that matter in this debate in the light of what has transpired since then. So, Mr. President, if we wanted to talk about the foreign policy of Trinidad and Tobago as raised, there's a lot that we could see. But I wonder if we should go down that road. There's quite a lot that we should see. Thank you. Unusually, there was a decision on the government side to reach back into question time and to try to, I think because they were uncomfortable with the answer as presented by the leader of government business, to try to tidy up some of that with respect to this government's decision not to in-person participate in a meeting of the COFCO, to do it via video conference. But, Mr. President, that speaks to a bigger problem, which is the general disconnection of this UNC government from the Caribbean community at this time. That is being reflected upon and is causing great consternation. And the decision not to send a new minister on behalf of a new government to the first possible meeting of COFCO, which is the Council on Foreign and Community Relations, however you want to couch it, is not a good decision and is not taken as a good sign by our CARICOM counterparts. So I hope the government will think again. Coming out of COVID, there were a lot of deliberations within CARICOM as to should we remain virtual, should we have hybrid, should we revert to in-person. And the position of Trinidad and Tobago along with the majority of other states within other member states, is that there are too many benefits to be derived from sitting with your colleagues as opposed to on a video call, particularly when there are issues. I see the Minister of Energy is now engaging in a very unfortunate exchange with the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Really bad idea, Mr. President, that will have consequences over trite matters which should trigger a more diplomatic response. But mistakes are being made, and the government would be advised to think again along those lines. So if the minister had participated in person, we may have avoided that unfortunate exchange with Prime Minister Gaston Browne of Antigua and Barbuda, and there have been several so far with respect to missteps. They raised the issue of foreign policy, Mr. President. We did not on this side. So those are some of the observations that we'd have to share. And the disadvantage of going down that road, we're going to just save money and we're doing it via video conference. The result, at the end of the day, a founding member of CARICOM, this proud nation, always frontal in our leadership, during every administration thus far, is now relegated to not troubling the record, because the record is publicly available of these meetings. Not one word, not one contribution from the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. Are we to assume he was behind the computer or camera participating, or was it just on? Not a single intervention. So that puts those questions and the responses into proper context. So, Mr. President, we are not in the position of bad-talking Trinidad and Tobago, whether we are in office or we are out of office, because we are patriots of this nation. So we'll always seek the good interest. What you're finding today is we continue to say good about this nation, and ironically, the government, echoing their words while in opposition, are still bad-talking the country and some of the sectors that they are now responsible for. It is absolutely amazing, Mr. President. They had their time to talk, and they were undisturbed. They were undisturbed. So, Mr. President, unlike them, we do not wish Trinidad and Tobago bad when we are not in office. We wish the best for this country. As I began, there was lots of debate and exchange, mainly of a political nature. And maybe afterward, the next sitting, we will return to examination of law. So the message to the government: you are now in office. You are no longer in opposition. Please act like it. Offer some plans and programs and a vision to solve the real challenges facing the people of this country. The foreign exchange challenge is real. We heard no solution being offered. The crime challenge is real. They didn't even reference it during the course of this debate. Or cross-border interests. I heard someone starting to talk about energy, and then what happened? Those cross-border interests are real, a real challenge. We want to hear some solutions. The condition of the roads, etc. The housing challenge, thank you, is real. We didn't hear any vision for the future of that sector. So there was way too little of that. Mr. President, it is our hope that there will be opportunities to collaborate as we move forward. The citizens and voters expect that and want that. And my final point is the COVID-19 response, as again attacked by Senator Anil Roberts, the Minister with responsibility for housing. It's easy in retrospect to just throw empty talk, but a dome over Trinidad and Tobago, a referral to hydroxychloroquine, and an anti-vax agenda does not a national response to a pandemic make. And Mr. President, we still owe a debt of gratitude to our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Paris Ram, the then Minister of Health, and all the other participants that contributed to our national effort. So, Mr. President, with these few words, I thank you.
The Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, Minister and Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, thank you, and thank you to all my colleagues who participated in this debate. Thank you for your contributions. And Mr. President, I've been here I've debated about we did 3 or 4 bills. And every time Senator Browne contributes, it's the same thing over and over and over. It is time he start telling us that we know this is a new government, but oh my goodness, if he is confused about who is on his side or who he wants to support as leader, he could do like Minister Jeremy and myself and come join us on this side. The AG and myself choose a leader. And, at least our leader does not participate in virtual meetings. When they were in government, Mr. President, they had over 400 virtual meetings.
Cabinet meetings, yeah.
Or virtual meetings. Outside of, if it's COVID, Mr. President, you have 52 weeks in a year. For 400 meetings, that's over 4 years of meetings. But like in this debate, Mr. President, their math do not add up. Mr. President, let me just say that when Senator Browne refers to the chairing committee on this side, I just want to tell you who formed the chairing committee on this side. We have a titan of manufacturing who have gotten all the awards that anybody could get in the manufacturing sector, Senator Maharaj. At least we know the name of our Minister of Labor. Up to now, I don't even know who was the Minister of Labor in the last government.
Them don't even know. Ask them, Paul. What his name was?
Mr. President, we have such entrepreneurs as people who owned and operated their own weekly newspaper. We have professors who have served long and hard in the tertiary sector. Mm-hmm. We have a renowned physician and gynecologist. Not a pharmacist, a real doctor. We have lawyers, youth leaders. We have, Mr. President, my friend who we grew up in the same village, a famous footballer who represented Trinidad and Tobago all over the world, who captained the national team. But at least he knew how to score. So, Mr. President, I just wanted to highlight some of the people who form this chairing section. And Mr. President, I will say one last thing. The very person that they spent vilifying for 10 years is the very same leader who have to come now and fix this country in Karma Persad business. I want to say, Mr. President, that over the last 25 years, they formed the government for almost 19 years. Not the last 10 years, but they have had longer successive years of government than the People's Partnership 2020-2015, and that we will have in this 5-year term. But that is why, Mr. President, that having spent almost 19 years and have done very little, it is why, just as they spent the last 10 years in government, they are going to spend the next 10 years in opposition. When they want to talk about what are the plans of this government, this supplemental is not about our plans, because we're busy trying to make sense of what they were trying to do. We're busy trying to finish what they started to the best of our ability, and there's so much confusion that we have to now, as the old people say, make sense from nonsense. Hence the vacuousness and the vacuous nature of their contribution.
Because they and all can't make sense of it. Senator John Bates asking why we spending the same amount of money in the RHAs is because we're trying to keep it open. We're trying to extend the hours. We're trying to make sure that people have access to health care. That is why it's the same figure in all the RHAs.
The hours is the same.
But that is why, Mr. President, when the Honorable Senator Roberts-Radgman talked about what they did for Tobago, even the Chief Secretary said that the TPP did more in 4 years than they did in 10 years. And it is publicly stated. So, Mr. President, I just wanted to wind up this debate because I know the Honorable Senators have had a long day, but they want to talk?
Yes.
Mr. President, let me talk.
Yes.
Mr. President, if it is that Senator Browne wants to see the plans of the UNC, he just have to read the manifesto.
You can read.
But I will tell you, Mr. President, that when it is time for us to present our budget, we will not be so vacuous. We will not under budget. We will not leave it to somebody else, but we will make sure and accompany our numbers with facts, figures, and fiscal responsibility. I just wanted to, when my very honorable colleague opposite talked about fiscal conservatism, I must confess with all my education, I needed to look it up. So I look up fiscal conservatism. And what came up first is fiscal conservatism, and I just want my colleagues to tell me if they song like them or song like us. Fiscal conservatism is an economic philosophy that emphasizes, Mr. President, through you, prudence in government spending and debt. It generally favors low taxes, reduced government spending, and balanced budget, often promoting free market and limited government intervention. This approach aims to avoid excessive government debt and encourage private sector growth. I don't know what in the last 10 years reflects fiscal conservatism. I have absolutely no idea. But then she qualified it by saying fiscal conservatism, PNM style.
That's original.
PNM style, fiscal conservatism, PNM style. That means spend, leave all the bills for us to pay. Mr. President, you know how many ministries and agencies, bills that have not been paid for years, now coming out?
Correct.
No, they spent and spent over the last, especially after one thing I do think, the one thing I know that my leader will not do, my honorable Prime Minister, is she wouldn't put God out she thoughts and call her early elections. 3 times they did it, Mr. President, and 3 times.
Stick break in the air.
But of course, over the last few months, they were being fiscally conservative. Mr. President, one thing I can guarantee you, and I can guarantee this House, just to tell my honorable colleagues that this evening I had hoped to come out a little early because we had a meeting with the BIR to continue the conversation that we had committed to.
Excellent.
But of course, I had to put off the meeting because these folks decide, honorable senators, my apologies, honorable senators decide that they want to attack my colleagues on this side. But Mr. President, under the coach that we have, who has been our national coach celebrated many times over, this is a team that if you touch one, you touch all. So we will have none of it, Mr. President. We will not be distracted, Mr. President, by all the things they want to put before us. Because you know what, Mr. President? not only do we know who our leader is, not only do we have a plan to govern, but we will make sure, and we will have no excuse. You know, the Honorable Attorney General in another debate said, when we make a mistake, we fix it. We fix the mistakes we made. We own up to it. We understand. We don't do like, according to Minister Roberts, we ain't blowing. We making sure, Mr. President, that we bring things of substance, that we can explain what we bring. Right now, what do you think we're trying to do, Mr. President? We are trying to make sure that we honor the commitments that that government made. Whether we like it or not, whether we agree or not, we honor the commitments. And you know, I'm sorry that Senator Browne is not here. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, my apologies, the Minister of Foreign Affairs could not go to the last meeting because he was busy planning to bring the Prime Minister of India to Trinidad and Tobago. The same Prime Minister of India that they wanted to bring, but he didn't want to come. Now he realized that they have a real government with a real leader, and so he accepted his government's invitation to visit Trinidad and Tobago.
Investment.
And that is where the Minister of Foreign Affairs has been putting his time and energies. We know what is important. We make sure and focus on the things we need to focus on, not the things they want us to focus on. As for the Minister of Energy, I know he is quite capable of defending himself. So I will leave him to deal with them. But I want to go back, Mr. President, to a couple of things that we need to put on the table to make sure the substantive Minister of Finance has already brought the price of oil down to $66 to make sure that we are able to capture the correct balance in this budget, to have the monies to pay for all that is outstanding. But it would be remiss of me, Mr. President, if I do remind this honorable House what the substantive supplementary appropriation for fiscal 2025 is. And that is that we are here to consider the provision of $3,143,983.761 to fund the critical recurrent capital expenditure to September 30th, 2025, in areas where insufficient or no allocation was provided. As a result of the review of the recurrent expenditure on the public sector, Mr. President, the Public Sector Investment Program, PSIP, which was conducted by the Ministry of Finance, it is necessary to return and to seek approval for the supplementation of the appropriation for this fiscal that will end in September 2025 for 28 heads of expenditure totaling $3,143,983,761. Mr. President, I went through in detail when we piloted the bill, so I would not repeat it again, but suffice it to say that we seek the approval, the concurrence, and the support of this honorable House as we seek to appropriate the following figures: the additional sum to be sourced from the Consolidated Fund to meet expenditure under the following subheads: personal expenditure, $111,829,980; goods and services, $1,212,504,101; minor equipment purchases, $25 million; current transfers and subsidies, $811,212,540;
Current transfers and subsidies, statutory boards and similar bodies, 704,500,140. Development programs, 278,937,000. So, Mr. President, these are the figures that we have come to ask for appropriation and for the support and the approval of this Honourable House. Let me end by saying, Mr. President, that we are developing plans for all the sectors that have been identified, from housing to transportation to education, health. And you know, Mr. President, there's one more word on fiscal conservatism that Minister Roberts alluded to, that we also need to, as we engage with the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. One of the things that this government will not do from a policy perspective is start projects that we don't know how we're going to finish it. Today, we have so many artifices that stand incomplete. We have 93 schools that are yet to be completed, 25 schools that are housed in community centers. This government have real work to do.
Correct.
And under the leadership of the Honorable Kamala Persad Bissessar, after we finish justifying these figures in this budget we inherited, we will start working on our budget with real plans, real programs, and we will bring a budget through the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Member for Faizabad. When he pilots that budget and we bring it to this Honourable House, we will ensure that the programs we committed to in our manifesto are reflected in our budget, that we could all stand to justify why we put those in the budget, how we're going to pay for it, and how they will benefit the people of Trinidad and Tobago, not something that looks on paper to be tenable, but in reality to be impractical. We are not that kind of person. We will not bring that kind of budget, and we will make sure that when people talk about the Honourable Kamala Persad Bissessar in the future, they will do so with respect. This government, Mr. President, is a serious government. It is full of people who are passionate but competent. It is full of people who are capable and committed. And it is full of people who will ensure that not only will everybody benefit or win, but everybody will have a place. We will take care of all our people. We will take care of all Trinidadians and Tobagonians. Amen. We will make sure that everybody have access to a living wage, not 2050, to good paying jobs. And I want to welcome back the Minister of Labour, because I'm sure we heard more from him in this sitting, in the last couple of sittings, than we hear from their former Minister of Labour in 10 years. So, Mr. President, again, I want to thank all my colleagues for their support. I want to thank all my colleagues for their participation. I want to assure my honourable colleagues that when it is time to bring our budget, it will be something that we can all reflect on, that we can all talk about, and that we can all be proud of, because it will be substantive in nature and complete in its intent. So, Mr. President, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Act 2024 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Titled, An Act to Supplement the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Act 2024.
The Honorable Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 57-2, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Act 2024, not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Act 2024 not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Honorable Senators, in accordance with Standing Order 57, subsection 2, the question, therefore, is that a bill entitled An Act to Supplement the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Act 2024 be forthwith read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Supplement the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Act 2024.
Honorable Senators, Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honorable Senators.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Before you move, I wish to raise a matter that has just come to my attention as a matter of privilege. I will need your guidance on it.
Yes. As I said, you drew to my attention a matter. I did indicate I have to discuss that with the Secretariat. It was now drawn to my attention, and I will, in fact, address that at the appropriate time. Okay?
Thank you for that, but I'm just concerned that we are about to go on recess. So what I'll be seeking would be leave. I'm not pushing it today, but just to get clear that threshold. And I undertake to write formally for the request.
Yeah, no problem. As I said, you can write formally, as you said. I will nevertheless have to consult with the Secretariat on this particular matter, and of course, and so on, it will be addressed at the appropriate time. Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? Say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate is now adjourned, or now stands adjourned, to a date to be fixed.